Welcome to our regular Wednesday, December meeting. The item 3.1 is reconvene and open session. We are reconvening at 5:53 p.m. By law and board policy, I must notify you that this meeting is being recorded. By law and board policy, any member of the public may address the board on an item on the agenda or any non-agenda item, but the public must present a written request to the board. Therefore, I ask you to kindly submit your speaker slips at this time to help us run an efficient meeting. Speaker slips for non-agenda items need to be turned in prior to item 4.2, hearing of the public regarding non-agenda items. You'll be recognized and called to the podium at that time. You will have 3 minutes to address the governing board. For those individuals who wish to comment on a particular agenda item, your speaker slip will need to be turned in by item 5.6, hearing of the public regarding agenda items. You'll be recognized and called to the podium when your requested agenda item comes up. You will have 3 minutes to address the governing board. Item 3.2, welcome report and action taken in closed session. In a unanimous vote, the board approved a compromise and release agreement in a special education dispute involving student ID number 11006009. The agreement resolves all issues in the dispute and includes funds for special education services in exchange for a waiver of claims against the district. Item 3.3, we'll now move to the flag salute. Holly, will you please give us the flag salute?
Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Item 3.4, board approval of the agenda. Before we do that, I'd like to propose that we move up on some items where we have a lot of public comment. One of our slips on some items in the facilities section. So I'd like to recommend we move up items 9.1, board report facilities update, item 9.2, board report Del Mar Heights School rebuild project, and item 9.3, board approval of the resolution 2019-36. And we are right after the consent agenda. Item 6.14. Is there, well, we don't have to move, yeah, we'll approve the agenda. If you guys are okay with approving the agenda with this modification, I can negotiate to approve the agenda. Dad? Have a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Great. So your item 4.1 correspondence.
Good evening. The superintendent's office received the following correspondence regarding district business. Numerous pieces of correspondence regarding plans for the Del Mar Heights School rebuild project and appreciation for facilities used in our district. That concludes the correspondence.
Item 4.2 is hearing of the public regarding non-agenda items. We have slip. And Haley Summerall.
My name is Angela Summerall. I'm a parent at Del Mar Elementary. I have a second grader here. And to our attention that the original extension and modifications, the multipurpose room, were not included in the new plan as they were in the facilities master plan that was originally put out prior to Prop. We're very concerned about this at our school, and the concern really manifested itself for me. It was very obvious for me the last 2 evenings where we had our school winter fest, which is our winter performance that all of our students put on. It's a showcase of our M and our STEAM Plus program. And there were a lot of problems at our winter fest. And our children were wonderful, and it was wonderful to see them perform as much as we could see them perform. Unfortunately, our MUR does not accommodate even half of our school. We divide our school in half to do the winter fest performances, and we cannot accommodate them. So our winter fest is held at our amphitheater outsource, and we had several problems with that. The weather in San Diego wasn't too bad. However, even in the amphitheater outdoors, we can't accommodate the students and the parents for half of the school performance. We arrived, my husband and I, 40 minutes early for the performance, and it was standing room only, 40 minutes before the performance. In fact, not only standing room only, you couldn't even get standing room behind the benches for the performance. Parents were standing on the lunch tables and on the benches outside to try to view over other parents who were standing there, which I'm sure I don't have to tell you is a huge liability for the school. The sound went out halfway through third grade performance. So we're very concerned that these issues aren't being addressed in our facilities concerns. And so it's very hard for us. This was an issue that we campaigned for during Prop. And we're very saddened and disappointed that we don't feel like this is being addressed for our school. We feel like this is a need for our school, it's not a want. We cannot perform, we cannot have the community events that we need to in our school. We're supposed to be showcasing our music for our STEAM Plus program. We can't see or hear the music. That's a huge problem.
Thank you. And item 6 point, we do have an item on our agenda at the beginning of the facility session, so we can't respond now, but we can talk about it during that item. Okay. We'll move on to item 5.1, report on the Delaware California Youth Association.
Greetings, President Palmer, members of the board, Dr. Rafner. On behalf of the approximately 300 teachers in our Del Mar California Teachers Association, we want to thank all of you for your leadership in 2019. This is our last chance to do that. We have appreciated your willingness to work with us and listen to us, and we look forward to a great 2020. And I'm very proud this evening to have my home school represented, Carmel Del Mar Dragons. Leading these fine young people are first grade teacher Ashley Whipple, and fourth grade teacher Crystal Elena. And with that, I will turn it over to Jacob. All right.
President Halpern, members of the board, good evening, Dr. McClure, and members of the cabinet. Thank you for having me. I'm Phoebe Gardner-Ketzel, and I'm the president of Del Mar Schools Education Foundation. I just want to say a big congratulations to CDM. It's a fantastic school, and that was a fantastic performance. A great job. They all did a wonderful job. And of course, it's the school that has the dragon as their animal, which is my daughter's favorite animal. She really wishes she was at CDM. So briefly, we did put up on the board, on the screens tonight, what most of you hopefully in the community received via email yesterday. And it's an update of where we are today in funding. And as you all know, it is our goal to get to $1.8 million and be able to fund 14 extraordinary STEAM specialists. So we have already funded 4 credentialed STEAM specialists, and we've reached the $500,000 mark. We've raised over $500,000. So that's due to all of the people in our incredible community, and we thank you guys so much. We wanted to give a quick update just briefly on each campaign. As you can see, we've had our fall campaign. And for that, that's where we raised the bulk of what we've raised so far this year. And I saw someone tonight with their DMSDF keychain. I was happy to see that. And we had a great fall raffle and a great campaign. And we just finished with Giving Tuesday as well. So for Giving Tuesday, we used that as a community builder. We had coffee outside of all of our schools, and it was a great time for families to connect, to remember all the different nonprofits that I know our community supports, and DMSDF being one of them. And then just to forecast for you guys in the future, what's coming in 2020, we have our jogathons, which I think most of you are aware of in the room, but we will have our spring jogathons with a really fun logo and some great prizes, and we've had some great community support. So we have some corporate sponsors this year, including One Paseo and Richard Stone, the realtor, who have given us a very great level and are really excited to support our schools. And we will have a thank you event, kind of closing the gap event in May, that will take place at One Paseo. And there will be more information to come, but that should be a really fun event for the whole community. It'll be a family event and sometime that you can bring your kids and hopefully have a really great time. In closing, I just want to say how grateful I am for the district support, for the school board support, for the communities. Our board is extremely grateful. We could not do what we do without all of you, and we look forward to a great 2020, and we're super grateful for everything you guys have done for 2019. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. About the progress of the campaign. 5.3 is a report of the Del Mar Parent Teachers Association. With Ocean Air PTA President Lisa Craddock.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate it. All the hard work our PTAs have done these last several months, programming, fundraising. It's been a wonderfully productive season, and I applaud all of you for all of your hard work in your schools, and to our board and our superintendent and staff as well. My name is Lisa Craddock. I'm PTA President at Ocean Air. I'm a professional writer and editor. And my husband Steve and I have 2 daughters, a 9th grader at CCA named Ani and 5th grader Mari at Ocean Air. Between our 2 daughters, it's been 11 years at Ocean Air, and so it's been a wonderful time. About half that time I've been on the PTA board. But I first said no, as many of you perhaps did as well. The first time I was asked, I said no, because I thought it would preclude the opportunity to volunteer in the classroom if I was so focused on board activities, so I had to say no. But I was asked again, and you have to ask again, ask. So the next time someone asked, I did say yes, and I'm very glad I did. The main reason we're all here tonight primarily is that we're parents. We're on a district board, on a PTA board, on a DMSDF board because we're parents and because we're here because of our children and invested in their future. So our identity as parents is what informs our leadership. And so everything we do in developing parent leaders, which is the topic tonight, developing parent leaders, is to emphasize our identity as parents, but also to look at the other interests, the other abilities, the other things that make us who we are, so that our volunteers don't feel like they're losing their identity when they become leaders or volunteers, but that it's going to be adding to it, that they can express all of who they are and when they serve. The other reason we serve is because we're asked. We're asked. Unless some of you were remarkable and just took the initiative yourself, you were probably asked to serve. And so whatever it is, helping with an event, joining a committee, we serve because usually we're asked. With nominating committees coming up now, slates starting to be formed, elections coming in the coming months for our PTA, I just wanted to share briefly what I've learned so far in this involvement at the PTA level. I might be preaching to the choir because you're all here about taking a leadership role in your schools. However, I don't want you to just think about yourself. I want you to think about the 20, 30, 40, 50 people in your circle of influence. And that can perhaps one day be sitting where you're sitting or leading as you are leading. Number one is to develop relationships and educate. As we all know, that will maximize involvement in our PTAs and in our schools. The greatest partnerships I've experienced on the board of those, we got to know that we had friendships, we had relationships already, and we're usually more likely to say yes to a friend. Jennifer Hill, the PTA president at Del Mar Hill, said they also take time to really get to know folks before they invite them to serve in any capacity. Jen Hasselman at Del Mar Heights said that they hand out a questionnaire to all parents at the beginning of school to get a sense of their interests and their abilities and their talents to see what might be a good match for them. Kathy Patrick, a Sage Canyon PTA president, said that at first she didn't really know a lot about PTA, but once she was educated and learned more about all that we do, she was much more excited to get involved and to get involved with other people that she respected, who she wanted to work alongside her when she became president. So we have to develop relationships, but also have to educate those who are becoming involved. And just as even if we aren't close or know someone just in passing, the more we ask, we might get more no's, but we also get more yeses. The increased chance of getting more yeses as well. So there's no better way to initiate with those relationships than having a coffee, having a lunch. And I encourage each of you, if you haven't already done that, to think of 3, 4, or 5 people in the coming months that you could perhaps do that with to get more involved in your boards and in your committees at school. When we build relationships and educate, we maximize involvement. Secondly, we have to start small and build up. As we all know, that maximizes our learning to know what to do when we take these roles. I was a fundraiser professionally in another life, and when one of the carnival chairs at our school said, oh, can you help with donor relations? Can you help with auction gifts? Can you help with writing letters? That was my entree into the PTA, and became Ways and Means VP, and onward from there until today. Jennifer at Del Mar Hills, the president there, said that they had a volunteer assisting the art teacher, the STEAM teacher, once a week at their school, who eventually became the reflections chair for that program at their school and has been doing it for 8 years, which is very exciting. And when our volunteers are happy and doing what they think they can do and manage, they'll be more excited to do more. Tamara Wells, who just was on the video a minute ago and who presented to you last week, also said that she started out by cheering a chilly game night when her son was in kindergarten, became a historian, became the VP of programs, and is now president. And that, you're always keeping a lookout for those people who start in those positions and could perhaps move into something else later. One of my mentors once said to me that the day you take office is the day that you start looking for your replacement. Which is true, because it takes a long time sometimes to apprentice that person and get them ready to replace you. Number 3, matching the skill set to the task. As we sort of shared before with the artist, Bridget LaSala, the PTA president at Torrey Hills, said they had a volunteer who just sort of started by overhearing them talking about PTA at pickup and drop-off and said, oh, I'd like to get involved, and she did. And she was a website designer and was talented in that, and they matched her. They needed a whole overhaul to start a PTA website, and that volunteer ended up doing that and doing a beautiful job. And also took over the marketing and brochures and e-blasts, and they love her. And it was really a perfect match for that volunteer. So when people feel like their ideas and their talents are being heard, they're going to contribute, and they're going to want to keep contributing. So what results in matching the skill set to the task is maximizing their effectiveness. 4th, we shadow. We see people who are becoming involved and they're good at it, and we want to take them to the next level. So we delegate more to them. We have them come with us to a meeting. We have them substitute for us when we can't come to a wonderful meeting like this. I noticed that Jen Hasselman, the Del Mar Heights PTA president, always brings her executive vice president, Trish, to practically every meeting that she goes in. She's even taking her, which is exciting, and it's a way of preparing our leaders and our volunteers for their next role. Gregory Reed at Sycamore Ridge, president of the PTA, also started by just attending association meetings. He became a board member eventually, but then shadowed the president in case he might someday have to become that role. And when there was a medical turnover that required some folks to get off the board or rotate off the board, he was ready because he had shadowed and he had done that preparation. So that shadowing, maximizing the succession of people into new roles. I think that finally, something that I'm excited about at Oceanair that we do is our final thing, which is to celebrate and recognize our leaders. We really can't do that enough. No one does it to you guys enough. But I really do think that the more we recognize our leaders, it maximizes their retention and their desire to remain involved. At Oceanair, we have a full-blown volunteer thank you party at the end of the year for all committee chairs, all lead volunteers, not just for the board, to acknowledge them, to give them a small gift, and to just kind of recap for everyone what they did for our school all year. We also have celebration dinners or lunches or happy hours after every major event, the readathon, the carnival, other things as well. And we even had a holiday tea as a board last week, which was really fun. We send notes, email thank you, we acknowledge them on our Facebook page. We do everything we can to make them feel appreciated, recognized, understood, and valued. Developing parent leaders. We maximize their retention by acknowledging them. But developing leaders at our school is no different than developing them anywhere else. Leadership is relationships, it's learning, it's serving, it's loyalty, it's legacy, so that our school is ready for the next generation. And I hope that despite it might seem that there are people who are not willing to step up, not willing to volunteer, not willing to help, and who wish they would, and still have to, that there are many, many leaders at our school who are waiting to discover their new roles. And so it's time to get them. Thank you.
Here item 5.4 board reports. I will give an overview of what we've all been up to. We had our monthly site visitation at Del Mar High School on December 4th. A couple highlights. We met the new Student Plus teacher, Mr. Cardoza, who seems to have really captured the interest of the students in his art projects and activities. He's a bundle of energy, and I'm looking forward to seeing how that student program is integrated throughout the year into the classroom learning, in addition to separately in the student classrooms. We also visited a special ed day class where we saw kids really thriving and greeting us and really fully engaging, and it was just inspiring to see how every child is being challenged and supported to be the best that they could be. So those are some highlights for me we can add to that. I also will say that we all attended the California School Boards Association conference held in San Diego this year. They had many, many workshops and topics. A couple that stood out for me. One was about communicating after a bond. The presenters talked about how it can be helpful for districts to bring more resources to providing public information and proactively communicating once a bond is an issue to explain how the bond funds are being used, put extra emphasis on that. So I took note of that. Really interesting workshop, maybe not exactly related to our district, but it was very interesting to learn about the grading system, the A through F grading system, and how outdated that system has become, and that it's based on the idea of sorting out kids for factory work. It's kind of like how photos was sorted in that same grading scale. And so that now in an environment where we want every kid to succeed and become a good thinker and problem solver and be prepared for the future, that kind of grading system is less relevant. I'm grateful that DMUSD switched over years ago to a different grading system that's more aligned with how we're teaching kids today. So those are some highlights, and I'll also add that we had a luncheon with board members in San Diego and most of the feeder districts as a way to build connectivity between and relationships between our district and the board level. We know it happens a lot at the staff level, since we all serve the same families and we want to be connected. I'll pass it down the line. How about you, Dan?
I think for me, Eric pretty much covered everything. I moved down a few seats, so that's kind of my...
Congratulations on your new roles.
Yeah, so I kind of took over what Scott was doing before. So, but yeah, we went to the same things, and I enjoyed having time to spend with everyone there, meeting other people from the rest of the state, kind of, that we're not, reminds me that not just in this area, that there's public education is all over the state, and everyone comes from different areas and has very different issues to deal with, and so I'm happy I'm here in this district. I'm very thankful that everything's so smooth here. But that's pretty much it, so that's not.
And I too went to the Del Mar Heights school visitation, and kind of, it became kind of a lab for me because I was able to go stand in the rain and look at the field. And it pointed out to me where things were. And that was helpful because the following week, we went to the School Board Association's conference, and sure enough, our architect was there, and I was able to get hooked up to a virtual reality thing where you can kind of see what you actually put yourself into the design. I will say the design is beautiful. I got nauseous, but I was able to see the field, but I also took the opportunity to have some discussion about what options were in terms, as I said in the last meeting, perhaps you can sharpen your pencil and see what we can accomplish to try and, the mediator tries to pull people together and see what we can accomplish. So I had some conversation there at the CSBA conference. And I also I'm the chairman of the North City West Financial Facilities Financing Authority for school districts that have a CFD. That's the Miller Roost money that you pay in, they oversee the Miller Roost money. We had a big meeting where we were able to switched out our administrative staff and our legal staff, and the inquiry was made about some of the remaining funds that the districts will receive for cost overages from construction projects that have happened in the future. So I'm hopeful that we'll be getting some more money from that Facilities Financing Authority within the next couple of months. I'm not quite sure how much that's going to be, but I'm hoping it's multiple hundreds of thousands of dollars, which would be nice. Nice Christmas gift, right? And that's it. Oh, and congratulations, Erica, again, being president, and Jiwa being clerk.
I was unfortunately unable to attend the Delmar Heights site visit, but I was able to attend the conference, and it was like Lisa, the Oceanair PTA president, was saying, it was just another opportunity, a rare opportunity actually, for our board to connect and for us to connect with other board members from across the state. One of the workshops I attended that I appreciated because I'm a language teacher and we're starting a language program, highlighted the importance of celebrating small successes, and I think that, again, like Lisa was saying, it's always nice to just highlight the positives that people are doing on a daily basis or on a weekly, moment-to-moment basis. And so that was nice. I also went with Scott to the Legislative Action Network Day event, and it was another opportunity again to connect with board members from the feeder districts and also from San Diego. And it's not all often that we get to talk about what's going on that we have in common and just hear each other out. So that was great, and I think that's it for me.
So I'll add about the conference. I mean, one of the sessions that I went to talked about just some of the state law changes, so a lot of the legal things, and especially with the employees and independent contractors. That's a big topic right now, and school districts are getting pulled into this because we use a lot of contractors, and since they're doing education, and that's what we do, that they should, do, whether they're considered employees or not. And so there's a lot of consternation about that. So I know that's a big topic right now in Sacramento. The other big thing was about the school hours piece, and it doesn't affect us, but it affects San Diego School District. We also went to, didn't get mentioned up, the SF Squared luncheon during the conference. The SF Squared is Schools for Sound Finance, and so all the schools in the state that are community funded, we are one of those community funded. There's about 100 or so districts approximately that are in this state where we don't get the funds from the local control funding formula, we get it from our local property taxes. And so anything that goes through Prop 98 guarantees, where it's going into local LCFF funding, we don't see that. So we like to see one-time funding, and especially a big topic is special education. That came up in some of our priorities in the land meeting when we're talking to our legislators. because we'd like to see that coming into the districts, into our local SELPAs. I mean, San Diego is underfunded as a SELPA for special education, and we'd like to be able to get more money in here to do our special education programs. And we were talking to our legislators about that. Certainly the lobbyists from the Schools for Sound Finance were working on that as well to try to get more local money and having it outside of the LCFF. Because again, if they roll it into LCFF, we wouldn't see a dime of that particular funding. Other things on the LAN meeting, more about just local control. There's two things that are coming up on the ballot. One is Proposition 13 is on the ballot this year in March. And
Another problem.
It's not Prop 13 that we all know and love, but it's a school bond issue. That's going to be in, I figured they would have retired Prop 13, but it's coming back in as in school bonds for facilities fundings. So that's on the ballot in March. And there's the other split roll initiative that's coming out in November. That is interesting because it does not benefit us at all. Because it's going into the local control funding formula, and so we don't see dimes coming out of that. So that's a negative for school districts like us that are in community funding status. So I know CSBA is trying to get an alternative on that in the future ballot year that may be better for us, but for right now, this one's not the best solution. That one is split roll is to reassess businesses, and then that money would go into Sacramento, essentially, and some of that would go into cities. Like I said, it goes through LCFF, which doesn't benefit us at all. In fact, it hurts us. So, but that's all I have for now.
Thank you. I haven't lost my microphone. But item 5.5, board report superintendent.
Okay, our students tonight were fantastic. I think they're all out, maybe. Thank you. Our students tonight were fantastic, and thank you to David and all of the staff at Camille Del Mar, Julie, Lerner, the principal. What a show, I mean, that definitely showcased the talent among our kids and how just to see them get up and present in front of a different kind of audience and do so eloquently and with confidence and such poise is really remarkable, and I'm really proud to be a part of anything that you're doing and to be able to say congratulations on the outstanding work going on at Camille Del Mar. Fantastic student performance and everything that they showcased tonight. Thank you to Lisa also for talking about parents. We could not do what we do without all of our parent leaders in the district. I do want to also recognize our board members. They have been as always, very present and active. We have very active board members. I want to thank all of you for being very present at the local level as well as the state level, whether it's CSBA or the Legislative Action Network or going to a school site every month. I don't think people have any idea how very active you are in comparison to other school boards. So thank you very much. It lets you have a very close look at what we're doing so you can make very good decisions and have good vision for our district. Much appreciated. Also, I had a chance to meet with the Mayor of Del Mar, Ellie Haviland, and Councilmember Dwight Gordon recently. We have a very good partnership with the City of Del Mar and making good decisions and doing good work on behalf of all of our children, some of them who actually live in the City of Del Mar, as well as the City of San Diego. We yesterday had a chance to attend the donor reception for some of our folks for the Del Mar Schools Education Foundation, so appreciate all the work that they do. We recently had a parent speaker series. Thank you to Jenny Hoff for doing a wonderful job collaborating with our local folks who are able to come in and speak on important topics. The next topic is actually the screening of screenagers, and then followed by the new edition following screenagers will be in February. So excited about that in January. January 13th is the next one. And as always, we're continuing our own learning and growing with what matters in the world of facilities. We actually went up and spent about an hour or two in Orange County recently, several of us, to look at another school that we thought are doing some good things as far as with school design. So we continue to do that as well to make good decisions. And speaking of all of the projects we've got going on, we know we've got the two major construction projects. We also have 7 other schools with a lot of projects, a lot of work that needs to be done now as well as in the next few years. And I appreciate the comments made by Colonel Damar. It actually is on the agenda when we do the facilities update to talk about all of the projects throughout the district. And with all of those coming projects, we are seeing the need to, the even increased need to address how we reach out, hear from our community, how we communicate with our community on an ongoing basis. I know our Executive Director of Capital Programs recently is meeting with all of our schools throughout the year, Chris Delhanty, and recently met with Colonel Delmar. It was a very, very productive conversation. I'll tell you, he came back immediately, talked to me in the cabinet about that conversation. I can't overstate the importance of that kind of communication as well as sharing back and forth with the public. So as we look at how to best do that, my point in bringing that up with the board tonight is we have an increased need to look at how we have our own staff allocated. I'm looking at that right now, reallocating what folks within our staff are actually doing, who's able to assist with some of the communication and what that looks like. So we definitely want to be able to be very present with our community and make sure that if they're not in the room with us sometimes, that we also are communicating out with them important information. So that is a top priority as we speak, as we embark on even more projects that are exciting and good for the community. That concludes my report. Happy holidays to everybody. We are closed. It's the only time of year where our district officially closes for an extended period of time. So the district does close for the 2 weeks during holidays. Happy holidays. Well-deserved vacation for everybody who works here.
Thank you, and this shows you that Chris has multiple job responsibilities. Thank you, Chris. Okay, so 5.6 is hearing of the public regarding agenda items. So now it's on major speaker slips. If you have any, I see we've collected some down here. And then item 5.7 is board approval of governing board of trustees meeting minutes. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes?
I'll move to approve minutes.
Okay, all those in favor? Aye. Okay, motion carries. We are on item 6, the consent agenda. Are there any topics on the consent agenda that folks have any questions about or want to block? Okay. If there are none, then I need a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I'll move to approve consent.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
The consent agenda is approved. So as stated earlier, we are moving up the whole section 9, starting with 9.1, board report facilities update. With just all
Good evening, President Halpern, members of the board, Captain Curd, and Kevin, and community. This evening, the first report I'm sharing is a facilities update, and with this facilities update, we will be focusing on Pacific Highlands Ranch. School number 9 will be able to give you a brief update of Pacific Highlands Ranch. I will be talking about upcoming community engagement opportunities and processes, and I'm going to share some of the major district projects we have just completed and have upcoming. So, start with Pacific Highlands Ranch and rendering of the entrance. Looking forward at this point, we have some next steps coming up. We have the finalized and approval of the CDM process in the project that is listed as 9.3. And with that, we are looking towards that finalization of CEQA and approval of the project and be able to move towards the purchase of the land and some of the next steps. We also have design development that's ongoing with OBR Architecture and Erickson Hall Construction. We've had a kickoff meeting with Erickson Hall, and we're working with the architect and the builder to look now at finishing the design development process, which gets us one step closer to construction documents. Having our builder on board right now has allowed us to have some initial conversations to talk about timeline, and we have scheduled meetings in January to look at where we are with our package and our process from OBR, and bring the Erickson Hall on with the cost estimating. So having the builder be able to help us with cost estimating on top of what our architects are able to do really helps us to refine and stay on budget as we go through the process. We still anticipate starting construction sometime in fall or winter of 2020. And so we'll continue to update the board with the timeline of that that process and that project. I also wanted to share that we have been reached out, had the city Parks and Rec reach out to us about the city park. And so we've had a couple of email conversations and are setting a meeting for January where we're going to go to that property and be able to connect with them on where they are with the planning of that park, be able to get on the same page so that while they did not reach out and we did not have a response that got us in a place where we're going to be in joint use, we are neighboring. And so being able to be connected on what's being built in their area and how it connects to what's being built in our area to best serve that community. Overall, as Dr. McClure shared, we have been reviewing the idea of community engagement and planning with respect to the other 7 sites. And so when we look at site meetings, I have gone out to a couple of sites and had conversations. We're able to share some updates and then gather input. And it is something that we gather, we bring out back to cabinet, we have conversations. As we talked about the last time we updated the capital improvement plan, that is a living document. So there are ways for us to look at updating and identifying needs. And there are adjustments over time in the funds that come in. For example, our CFT 991 came back with a little bit more money. So there's some adjustments that we'll be able to make. And so it's something we'll be looking at as we get into early in the new year. I'm also going to be scheduling and reaching out to the sites so that I can have those individual site meetings. But we've also had some conversation about how do we then make it a big picture. And so we're going to create a facilities roundtable. We're going to reach out to the sites so we can identify a couple of members per site that can provide some continuity. This won't be something that is just those couple members can come to. It will be open, but there is some benefit when you have some common people in the room over the course of a few meetings and be able to know what the conversations have been. So this will allow us to have an overall facilities program out there, get some inputs, and have people here and be able to talk about more than just their sites. I think that this will allow us to go out to be able to look at individual sites and individual needs and have conversations at that level, and then have some bigger picture conversations at more of a district level. And then we've shared just some of the current upcoming district projects. As we've shared in the past with the Measure MM funds and the priority placed on Del Mar Heights Rebuild and Pacific Hans Ranch School number 9, much of the funds from Measure MM are allocated to those projects. However, there are needs at all of our sites, Dr. McCurve shared. So we've, at all of our sites, we've committed to making classroom updates. We did that over the summer of 2019 and we're planning to do it in the summer of 2020. We are moving forward with the district cafeteria at Pacific Hans Ranch School number 9. And that's going to mean that we need to rethink and look at the site serveries and when we serve a lunch at the school sites. We've also looked really a lot at a number of our schools are hitting an age where they're about 20 years old. And so we see blacktop across a number of school sites. We redid the Ashley Falls blacktop last summer, and we have scheduled to touch on the Carmel Del Mar, Sage Canyon, and Torrey Hills blacktop because they're all in need of some upgrades and in some cases a full overlay. Carmel Del Mar also has their full modernization, 23-24, and as was shared, and I appreciate Ann coming, I appreciate the PTA spending the time because it is good information. So we'll be able to give some time to be able to look at things and then to be able to make sure that we're doing the best we can with that modernization. Del Mar Hills, we also have modernization coming, and we are working, Mike Gallus has been working on getting some specs and getting some proposals to ideally be able to look at field upgrades over this summer. If we can't do it over this summer, definitely next summer, we're trying to move that up a little more quickly to support that school site, and also looking at a similar field upgrade with Torrey Hills. So we're working towards that. Ocean Air, one of the big items is pedestrian travel outside the MUR, and we have heard that where the marquee is, there is a cement kind of block seating area, and there's also city water that's fairly close, and this causes a real backup. So we have a couple of things we're looking at, and we're going to be hopefully able to make some path and travel improvements over next summer as we anticipate potentially having some more students on that campus next year. So we are investing in that closely and hope to have more information to be able to talk about the plan for that soon in the year. At Sage Canyon, I fear that Carmel Del Mar may need a little bit of this as well. But we've had some major visual and audio issues in their MUR to the point where their sound system is pretty much not working. So we're looking at doing a proof of concept because this is happening at a couple of sites where to varying degrees. And we want to build it out, make sure that we have the right system, and then we can scale that. So we have a proof of concept at Sage that we're working on. We've brought out a consultant who's going to work with us. We're going to work on pricing and work on the model. We met with Sage's principal, their plant manager, PTA president. I appreciate Kathy taking the time as well, so we can get those different perspectives. And then by bringing that back, working on it at Sage, we will have a model that we can then bring into other sites and be able to scale it quickly. So the goal is to have a general proof of concept that then can be scaled to other sites to make an impact at a number and a cost that still stays within. It's something that we can do fairly quickly and will be something we can get done within the funds that we still have for measuring them. So a number of these, this is not an all-inclusive list, and as I said, the capital improvement plan is something that we will also be revisiting in the new year. We will identify where we can adjust funds in some cases and where we make adjustments because we do know that we potentially have a little bit more money from CFP 99-1 from that most recent funds. With that, I would be I would be happy to answer any questions about facilities costs.
Is the capital improvement plan available on the website?
So it's kind of a working document with, it's pretty bulky, so we try to condense it into pieces. It hasn't been something that we've posted, and it typically isn't something that we would post or that other districts have posted, as we help create it with our Collins associates. However, I'm happy to share, and we have posted the results of it at board meetings as we've shared about it.
The MUR at CDM, that's part of the modernization that's going to go on over there, and that's not until 2022 or 23, is that what it said?
24.
Okay, I'm just, I'm wondering if there are, not that we want to spend money, that we're going to revitalize later, but if there's a way to make it so the parents don't have to not hear their kids when they're putting on a show or something like that, if there's something that we can do that would just expedite addressing some of
Absolutely,
those
and I think
issues.
that's what we're hearing, that's an issue at a couple of sites, and that's why building something out at one school and being able to scale it to all that need it is something we can do right away. As far as expanding an MUR, that's a bigger project, but there definitely are things that we can do right away to impact and improve the ability to hear students, the ability to project when we are projecting things, and that is something that we're looking at, how do we do that quickly and scale it out quickly.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, I think just expanding this MUR, I know back this summer when you were going through bond staging, that this first bond is already, you're earmarked towards the rebuild at Del Mar Heights and the Pacific Islands Range parks. Not a lot of money left over for other big projects. So with the second set of bonds, I think that's what you're looking at for MUR expansions, because there's several schools that are looking at that. I know Torrey Hills has got some MUR issues as well, and there's other ones along the way besides, I think Ashley Falls was listed in the MUR piece.
So, with respect to MUR expansion itself, when we looked at our capital improvement plan, we shared out what projects we can do, and we can escalate costs over the whole period of the bond. Their priorities that were shared that we used to make this were getting back in the classroom as early as we can, student safety, and we don't have the funds to do everything.
Exactly.
So, with that in mind, I think that this is where continuing to go back. We did an initial reaching out with brainstorming to look at smaller projects, and so our next step is going out to sites is looking at the big picture and the overall bond program and getting the input that I got from CDM, because there may be adjustments that we can make that impact with the dollars we have, and there might be a need to do some MUR expansion. If we do MUR expansion, then what is it that we need to adjust, and is there a way to either adjust the number that we're putting on projects, or is it there are other projects that we pull off? And so I think that that's something that we can investigate and we can absolutely do that. Okay.
Yeah, I think it's great you're still engaging with the community and continuing to do some of these, and obviously we're going to hear what is needed. And then I have a question about, so City of San Diego reached out, and can you just explain what the difference is between joint use versus neighboring parks?
So in a joint use typically in our district, the city owns the part of the park that we use during the day. And with the joint use, they will help to fund one way or another the original purchase of that. However, we only have access and use of that park from 7:30 till 3 o'clock. And so outside those times, the city has access and use. So for example, at Ashley Falls, the field behind Ashley Falls is a joint use park, a joint use field. The city actually owns that field and has that outside of the school days. Or at Oceanair, the field is actually owned by the city. And so there are pros and cons to joint use. Pros being some of the shared expense and shared costs. Some of the cons are there are times where when you may want to do a modification or you want to make changes, you are having to negotiate and work on how that works in the city.
And one other question, for the Pacific Highlands Ranch, it would not be joint use, it would be neighboring.
That's correct. We have neighboring.
And then would the community have access to the school and all the space of the school after school hours?
Yeah, so we've traditionally not closed our school play areas outside of school hours, and so we wouldn't be doing that with this either. And that's why it's important to look at how can we have some idea of how they're going to be building and them have an idea of how we are, so that we could have potentially gate access that would go between the two. There may or may not be parking at that park. There are many city parks that are built right now that don't have parking, so there could potentially be the ability for the community to park in our parking lot outside of those hours and still be able to walk to. So there are things like that where it can benefit both.
I like the idea of the facilities roundtable, and just having a forum people can get together, just not in this formal setting, but talk about, get information on where things stand with the capital improvement project, and then be able to have a way to have a dialogue and share priorities. So I'm just encouraged to invite from the public, talk to Tamara, from CDM, but if you have ideas about ways you think will be effective for capturing input, and we'd love to hear them so that we can make sure that staff is able to do that, and ultimately bring forward to the board recommendations that people are comfortable with.
I have one more. You mentioned about the parking at the potential park over at Pacific Highlands Ranch. And I know they don't have parking over there at the major facility. I don't think that's the best idea. I think they need to have their own parking. If they're going to be using our facilities, there's extra wear and tear on our parking lot, on our blacktop, from all those cars that are coming in and out. So we need to negotiate in there some type of, if they're not putting parking in there, they're planning on using our facilities to park, that we need to have some compensation for that in there. I think I said that to you before, but there needs to be something of that nature. I know San Diego is allowing them to use their school facilities in lieu of parking.
Great, any other comments? Okay. Don't go anywhere, Chris. You're on item 9.2, Board Report, Del Mar Heights School Rebuild Project. Just a reminder, since we have speakers on this item, that the process is that the staff will present, and then the board can ask any questions, and then public will have a chance to comment, and then we can discuss, and there is no action item on this, but we can have a little discussion. So, I'll turn it over to you for the presentation.
Tonight, we will, in our Del Mar Heights School update, we will review briefly the process and priorities identified and shared as a result of that process. We'll go over the defining characteristics of building and of projects in our districts. We'll share some site information, and we have John Baker here to share some site information and some ideas that have been analyzed. So the community process, as I've shared before, we have conducted a very robust community engagement process. We've had combined over 400 people at these 7 meetings. The process started with nothing design. We moved from gathering community input, identifying goals and facts and needs, interactively sketching out design options to sharing progressively more refined ideas. Through that process, we did come up with some design priorities that were shared out. And for the site design priorities that were shared out during the process were the reduced vehicle congestion. And so let me say, this was as a result of the design process, and they were identified and shared through the course. So they were identified and shared in meetings and allowed for input. And so for the overall site, much was related to traffic, parking, and safety issues that the current layout doesn't really adequately address. We also were identifying the building. So it was the overall site and looking at the buildings. And as you look at the building and the construction of the school, priorities were identified and shared that really centered around the community's desire for a flexible, interconnected campus that would allow students opportunities to collaborate, learn both indoors and outdoors, and have access to natural light, fresh air, and the amazing views. So with that, I'm going to ask Dr. MUR to speak to the final characteristics.
So this whole process has been really exciting because with the community, with the staff, with our architects, and with our student voice, it's been great to hear what has come out as important to them. And from the very beginning, some things started to stand out. First of all, we started to see some things with the current facility that were standing out as being non-examples, and we're really illuminating to what could be and should be for now into the decades to come at this school site. And we have such an incredible opportunity right now. And we started as a school district looking at it from an educational purpose, of course, first, because that's what we do first and foremost is educate our children. And we think about the kinds of spaces that really do make a difference. We've got world-class children. We should have world-class schools. And, right now, I'm telling you that the school we're designing here is a school that we see as a model for schools everywhere in our district. That I would like, whatever, the design that we create really is a model to take pieces of it and parts of it, although we can't start over from scratch at every school in our district, but to use it and make those spaces the kinds of spaces that every child in our district has access to. So right now at the school, and a lot of our schools, kids are pretty constrained to the classroom walls. And the spaces aren't really flexible. And we don't have these common areas for children to go to. And we really don't have very good interconnectivity between the internal space and the outside space. So those are some of the things that started to become very apparent. And when we heard from our kids, what really stood out was we want schools that really inspire kids, that really encourage this sense of wonder and curiosity. And it's all about it's not this traditional kind of insulated school experience that kids currently have. It's an experience where there's much more flexibility and much more interaction, and kids are actually having a lot more access to a lot of different kinds of spaces. As we know, there's all different kinds of learning opportunities during the day, and there are all different kinds of kids who learn. So there needs to be spaces where kids can come together and learn and collaborate, spaces where kids can do different types of things, maybe some of the enriching kinds of things that they do in STEAM+, and also spaces where kids can be self-reflective and have quiet areas. And that's the kind of school we're designing. And we also know that kids love to run and be together and have fun. And that is a lot of the times what they talk about. So the spaces that we're designing and we're thinking about, we want it accessible to them throughout the day, all day long, and have it be part of their regular experience. So that when they walk out a door, either they're walking into perhaps a commons area that's right there, that's part of what they experience during the day, that's a lovely area in the middle of school where kids can congregate, kids can do whatever they do it. I see kids all of the time doing gymnastics and running around and playing tag, and we have a larger area where they can actually go on a field and do larger games. And we actually have blacktop areas where they can access during their recess time and the things they love to do. I know kids love to do wall ball and basketball. And also, that classroom space is adjacent to other learning areas outside. We don't have that right now. We don't have a space where kids can go from their classroom to these internal areas that allow for flexibility, as well as walk right outside and experience continued learning outside the classroom walls. So that's the kind of school that we're aiming to design. That's what we want for our kids. That's what our kids want. When our kids made all of those prototypes of schools for what the school is that they want for now and into the future, they didn't make prototypes of what we have right now. They made prototypes of things that show kids doing exciting, a variety of activities. Kids are using a variety of spaces, and they want a space where it makes us think differently about school and about the environment. I'm really excited about the progress we've made in our design so far. I love the fact that our kids' voices are in there. I love the fact when I look at our design, what I picture is our kids in it. I can see where our kids and our teachers are excited about it, and that's what we want for now. And we're also trying to create this school that's also got this sense of timelessness that's good for kids now and decades to come. Our current schools have a lot of things in them that make them pretty much, isolated and stuck in a period of time, much more an industrial type of a period of time. Not like that anymore. So I encourage us to look at a design that really does meet what kids today need and what a variety of learners needs today, and listen to our kids and what they are telling us they need. And I feel really good about the progress we've made, the input we've heard from a lot of folks, and I'm really excited about eventually having kids in the school that we're designing, and I just could not be more excited about the momentum we've got going. I can hardly wait till it's built and kids can learn and enjoy it.
Holly, just a comment. I grew up in a school with desks and rows facing the chalkboard. And when we went to some of the classes, I'll never forget this, I saw kids in various height tables and other kids sitting in pillow-covered laundry baskets reading books. And so I think the concept of learning has just, or at least the facilities around the learning, has changed so much. And I appreciate you staying on the pulse there, the whole staff.
Thank you, Dr. Cook. So, we also at our last meeting, for the board's direction, we asked our architects to make some refinements that would positively impact the green space. And as they refined the plan and brought last month, there was a reduction in building square footage of about 10,000 square feet. And this was really around the idea of looking at the fact that our classrooms in the previous version were at 960 square feet, which is the square footage we need for a classroom teaching station. But the fact that we are using some of this internal area, and we do have collaboration, that we could look at that 960 square feet being partly in the classroom and partly in that common learning, because we're defining more spaces. So that allowed us to reduce a number of square feet. That moved the buildings 20 feet to the east, which had associated increase in play areas. And it also ended up a reduction in height of the southern classroom building. This not only reduced the height and the roof line by 4 feet, but minimized some view impacts by moving it back and reducing the height. As we came to this meeting, we have heard a number of other ideas that have been broached and brought up. And so we've asked Baker Nowicki to come back, we've asked John Baker to come back, so you can talk to the current layout and site, and then talk about some ideas that have been proposed and brought up, and some analysis that they've been able to do for us. So with that, I'm going to ask John to share.
Thank you. Members of the board, President Alvin, I'm happy to be here. The board meetings are always so exciting. The highlight of my week. There are a number of really great ideas that have come out, and the district has asked us to analyze and study some of those further ideas to see how they test out and what the result is. And so I'm going to share with you some of those ideas so you can see if we do this, this is the result, and then you can make an objective decision about what really fits best with the community. I think it's important to share with you. We do nothing but plan schools, and I've done this for over 30 years. Schools are planned from the inside out. So all of the meetings that the superintendent and Chris have been sharing with you, and a number of you attended, was an attempt to really understand instructionally and from a community basis the things that really mattered most. And that's why we didn't draw anything until quite a ways downstream in the process, because the better we understand what you really need and what you really want and what your goals and objectives are, the better we can begin to try to fashion a building that suits and meets those needs. So we talk about schools being planned from the inside out as opposed to the other way around. And so then the result hopefully responds to those things, but it's a really an iterative process. It's a little bit of hearing information, testing out ideas, evaluating the ideas, getting more information, trying out some other ideas. And so all of you who've been participating, you've seen us go through this process of conceptualizing ideas, testing things to see if they fit, looking at how to interpret the input we've gotten to develop solutions and see if they actually respond, and then taking them back to the community and saying, well, how about this? Is this what you were thinking? Along that process, and you can see some of the diagrams up there, starting from the upper right going left and down, and then from left to right across the bottom, that process oftentimes takes place as we're gathering factual data about the site. And so a couple of concerns have been expressed in the last month or two that some of the numbers that you heard early on changed over the course of time. You know, how many square feet of field areas do we have? What's the floor elevation of the building? Things of that nature. And so we could certainly wait until the site survey is done and all the data is in and then start the planning process. But there's a lot of iterative processing of ideas and testing and evaluating concepts. So we start out with a certain number of assumptions and information that we gather from existing record documents and as-built plans from the earlier school. Google Earth now, with the advent of that we didn't have in the old days, gives us a certain amount of data about site elevations and topography that is somewhat close but not as accurate as you'd like it to be. And taking a look at boundaries and where the property lines and tops of slopes and bottoms of slopes and things are. And so in the early stages where we're really drawing bubbles and shapes and things of that nature, we're working with some partially reliable information to begin to think about how does the site lay out and where are we likely to go. I'll give you an example. We know there's a certain amount of slope from the east side of the property out to the west edge when it goes out into the nature preserve. We knew enough from data we collected from as-built drawings and things to know that there's a certain number of feet of fall. So we're able to begin to conceptualize on how we might start to terrace the site, step the site within some of those ranges that we had. And so we were able to think in terms of, okay, so the large-scale buildings like the MUR, we can maybe put down on a lower pad and maybe terrace the site to try to mitigate some of the issues and things. And then we, at some point, we finally get a site survey from the surveyors that give us actual topography, boundaries, easements, encumbrances, all of those things, and then we refine the plan. And so there's a certain amount of, evolution of the numbers until you get to that final point, but it's all part of that process of designing and testing until we get to now where we've got fairly reliable information. We've got very detailed survey information. We've been able to really do grading analysis and studies to see how we're going to actually grade the site, what topography do we have to work with. We've adjusted the elevation change between some of the floor heights in the buildings based on that information. So that refinement gets more detailed as we go along. I really think that a lot of the issues that we're talking about with regard to open space and view corridor and how tall are the buildings and where are they located is a part of that sole iterative process as well. And the more refined the design becomes, the more specific the issues and that we have to address. And so the questions become more targeted and the responses have to be more specific as well in order to deal with those things. So that, I'm hoping that explains a little bit of how that process works and why some of those numbers evolved over time. And I'd like to share with you a little bit of some of the additional studies that the districts have asked us to do in response to the comments and questions about, why didn't you try this and why couldn't we do that? So you can just see what the impacts are. I'll preface that by saying that this is really where the numbers are now based on the survey that was completed back in October, or end of October. The existing overall area of green space, 126,000 square feet and change, 110,000 square foot that's proposed, and sort of that outline that you see up on the screen that kind of tries to explain where we are with regard to parking counts and queuing on site for cars, and some of the overall square footages of buildings and some of the spaces within the buildings. These have been dialed in fairly well, not only because of the facts we've gotten from the site, but by looking at more detailed plans and making final decisions about how things get put together and how big things are and classroom sizes and so on. While we've gone through this process, we've tried very hard the district tried very hard to respond to the concerns out of the community. As Chris and the superintendent mentioned, we started this process talking about goals, and we do that for a reason. Because as we go through the design process, we're going to get to the point where we're going to have to make value decisions on, what do we go forward with? What's the most important thing? How does this design really work? And those goals for us, those vision and goal statements that came out of the community are really our North Star. When we get to these things, we go back and say, okay, what were the real goals and the vision that started this process? What was really most important to the community at that stage? It's not that everything isn't important, but what are the things that rose to the top? And in this case, the things that we started with really fell into two categories. One was safety, and it's related to parking and queuing and pedestrian access and student access and creating a safe path to school and a safe place for kids to get on and off the site and traffic and so on. And the second had to do with preserving sightlines as much as possible from the surrounding community, for everybody in the surrounding community. So that a lot of the decisions that we've made along the way have been to respond to those things, and as we've developed those ideas, gone back to the goals in the vision statement, see, okay, let's test this and make sure that we're trying to achieve what we were told was most important. And so I think I can share a little bit of information about where this planning has taken place. The square footages on the site respond to a couple different things. There are field areas, which is an area of concern, but it's designed to meet the educational goals of the campus. It's intended to address the outdoor PE activities and playtime activities that are a part of the instructional program and the school itself. There's assembly spaces that are in the middle of the campus that respond to the need for student gatherings and collaboration and events that take place in the campus. There's kindergarten, and then of course the park is on the other side. So the assembly of all these spaces doesn't really respond to the kind of field that's out there today, but they're to meet programmatic needs in many ways. But these square footages are pretty accurate at this point based on where the design plans are at this point in time. A couple of the studies that we've been asked to explore to try to respond to, and the first of those is to say, what if we were to move the retaining wall that we're showing on the east side of the property parallel to MUR, Montana, moved it back as far as we could, made it as tall as necessary to take the hillside out, and move all the buildings back as much as we can. And so in this case, this diagram illustrates we're retaining the parking and the drop-off that we need because it preserves one of the big priorities with regard to getting the queuing out of the community and getting parking on the site to respond to that. So, and it allows us to move the wall back and all the buildings to the east about 25 feet. It adds a little bit of green space. It's not dramatic, but this would be the result by the time we look at all the factors that go into planning that. That adjustment has some impacts on the site. From a safety standpoint, we've got a 15 to 22 foot high retaining wall, which is about a few bucks short of $1 million because of the seismic requirements, the state architect and state code requirements to build that wall. It would represent a fairly steep drop-off outside of the sidewalk on MUR, Montana. So there'd be some safety issues that we'd have to deal with on the top of that wall. fencing of some kind so that, someone doesn't inadvertently fall off, because it's not something you're gonna get bruised, you're gonna hurt yourself pretty bad if you fall 22 feet. So there's a little bit of safety issues associated with that we'd have to accommodate. There's a little bit of issue with the fact that it's 22 feet straight down along the street, so from the standpoint of site surveillance, for community policing, for community monitoring, passive monitoring of the site, which is a really big part of site security on most school sites. There's a lot of area that you can't see from the street, which in my mind sometimes presents an opportunity for things to happen that you don't want to have happen. So it'd just be something to have on the radar screen to think about, because that could present a little bit of a problem on the site. In this case, we are not moving parking up to that upper left corner, so I think there's a comment with regard to students crossing vehicles, but that wouldn't represent a problem until we move that parking area. The views across there should be somewhat mitigated because the buildings would come back a little bit farther, and like I said, there'd be a little bit more grass area. The wall's expensive. We would lose that slope, that whole slope with the landscaping buffer that's on it. That would be gone because you'd have to regrade all of that property back to the side. And it creates a little bit of an aesthetic issue, which isn't necessarily the most attractive thing, but you can kind of see how that wall ends up starting to translate when you build that tall of a wall on the site. There were a couple of comments relative to, what could we, I'm sorry.
I just have a question about the retaining wall. Go back to
That?
could it be kind of a grid wall too, where you could plant things and
Those kinds of walls, like keystone walls and things like that,
right.
they're held up by material that is extended horizontally into the adjacent soil. That's the way they're structurally
And
built.
we don't want to go under the street.
Well, you'd have to go under the street. That starts to get a little messy. There's all, and this is sort of an anecdotal story, but the state architect has a particular concern about keystone walls. And it's only, and I'll share this with, it's only been lately in the last few years because right outside the windows of DSA's office, there's a very large keystone wall that was not a DSA wall, but it was part of an industrial park, and they all sat there and watched it start to crumble and fall down and all the repair work. So the last time we had a district go to DSA and want to do keystone wall, they really got a little concerned about it. It wasn't as easy as you might think. The bigger issue is you'd have to excavate the entire street and tiebacks. You'd have to have soil nails that would go out into the public right away. I think there's a little bit of problematic with that sort of thing. And I'm not sure that the city would even allow it. There are a couple of comments that came up relative to not only the wall, but relocating the parking up into the corner, which we had shared is not as actually as large an area as you might think. You can't really build much of a building up there and things of that nature. But we thought, well, let's test the fit and say, what if we built the 22-foot high retaining wall, and we got rid of the parking and moved it up to the corner, and we got rid of the drop-off and kept all the queuing up in the front of the campus. Move the building as far as possible. In this case, the wall moves to the east about 25 feet. The buildings move to the east about, I think it's 65 feet. And so it's pretty substantial. We can't really get any closer without not being able to get a fire truck around the building, and that's not really an option for us. So in this case, you can kind of see the result of it. A lot of the issues with regard to the buildings, they'd be less in the line of sight. There's some additional field. I don't know that it's enough. Everybody has an opinion about how much field we really need. Make your own judgment whether or not you think this amount of field would be adequate. The bigger safety issue has more to do with the parking and drop-off up in the front. It reduces the amount of parking we can put on site a fair amount. It substantially reduces the amount of queuing. So the two really number one issues, 1 and 2 from the community on day one, was to mitigate the impact on the community with the queuing, parking in the neighborhood, and the ability for emergency vehicles to access the site. So in this case, it reduces the queuing substantially, but we can put some in. We can get a little bit of parking up there, and the drop-off is in the front of the school, and this is pretty much where we end up with. I think the queuing and the parking has a limited benefit, and I think the impacts on the community would remain pretty much what you have today, if we go with a scheme like this.
Question, so we have what, 45 spots right now for parking?
Yes.
Something like that, so now you're at 51? So
In this scheme, we can get up to about 51, yeah.
So you're only increasing by 6 bike spaces?
Right.
Okay, so you haven't improved parking.
There's gonna be a lot of staff still parking in the neighborhood, and the queuing, really, people would queue enough to get to the front door of the school, and that's where they're gonna drop the kids off. So the queuing is severely limited as well. So a lot of that's still gonna back up on Makita and down into the intersection. I don't know that we did the graphic for the two-story option, but we also, yes.
It says here additional year of escalation, what does that mean?
Well, these, and I'm glad you reminded me of that. These changes would probably require that we go back and revisit these changes with the community, because they go to the heart of some of the initial concerns. How long we do that, I don't know, how many meetings we would do, but it probably would delay our construction start, which means instead of starting this summer, we'd probably push it back to the following summer. So there's some escalation in the marketplace with labor and material costs that are going up that would impact the overall budget probably.
So for the first possibility, option one, it doesn't have that year of escalation, and it has the cost of the retaining wall at $950,000.
Right.
I'm assuming the retaining wall would cost the same in the second
Yes.
one.
Yes, sir.
But the year of escalation would cause the price to go up over $2 million plus the $950,000?
Yes.
So we're talking about $3 million in increase at option two.
There's no guarantees on what's happening in the marketplace, but what we're seeing today suggests that that's going to be the case. In this case, we're not substantially changing the programmatic response to the needs with regard to parking and drop-off and student safety and building design. So I don't know that this adjustment would necessarily, create a need to go back and revet it with the community. But there's not a lot of additional benefit by going this route with the field. The fields don't get that much bigger. The third option that was tossed around a few times was why don't we build two-story, which was really taken off the table almost at the very first meeting. But if you did everything and you did this and put all the classrooms on one footprint on the right, you'd make a two-story classroom building. You'd get a substantial amount of field back. You'd have all the costs. We'd have to go back through. We'd have to go back to the community for sure. It probably would have some impact on your CEQA process because those documents have been developed in a two-story structure. Okay. This is still 135. I don't think we have a slide.
When you say we have to go back to the CEQA process, we're talking about start at square one on an environmental impact report?
Well, the assumptions that the CEQA document is built on is the current plan. So depending on how much that changes, those documents would have to be updated. I don't know for sure how far Dwayne is in that approval process, or if you've actually, I don't think you've issued it for public review yet, but there's a little bit of work involved in that. The two-story option that was discussed would include all of these improvements with the retaining wall, but it would take, you can see the orange line if you're standing at MUR, Montana and looking out across what we have created currently, where you can look over the tops of the buildings, and we've designed systems so there's no mechanical units up there, and we've lowered the buildings as much as we can. A two-story building would, totally block the view, and it would be substantially almost the full length of that footprint, or probably 3/4 of it. So these are two images: the current view out across from MUR, Montana, and then what you'd probably be looking at in a two-story building if we did that. And we had this conversation on normal cases with a site this small, we probably would be talking about a two-story building. We've done a lot of two-story schools for these very reasons on small sites. This creates a big impact that was expressed as a a high priority from the community early on, which was try to do everything we could to preserve views. So we didn't really go very far with anything that exceeded 1 story for those reasons.
Yeah, question more for Holly and Chris. What would the second story, how would that impact your classroom and your educational facilities, because you don't have that outdoor space that you're able to get to from that second floor now?
Well, there are several different things with two-story. We have restrictions to actually which children and which grade levels can be on the second story, so that's part of it. And also, one of the things from the very beginning regarding the design, and in addition to views, was educationally and having the impact of the indoor-outdoor access and having children be able to have the flexibility of movement. And I will tell you that we have a couple of our schools in the district that currently have part of the schools that are two-story, and it does present challenges. They are not able to use the outside space. They do not have access to the inside-outside, much less flexibility with the use of space. And from the very beginning, educationally, it was looked at to build a 1-story, because if you have the choice and are able to build a 1-story, it is almost always true that an elementary school will elect to do a 1-story because of the flexibility it allows and the usage and the impact on the actual experience of kids.
Thanks.
I might share anecdotally a local story. If those of you might be familiar with a school called Del Sur Elementary School. It's a 2-story school in the Del Sur community. We designed that school as a 2-story school for the Power Unified School District a number of years ago, quite a few years ago, and about 3 or 4 years ago, their enrollment grew at the lower grades, K through 2. And they had excess classrooms on the second floor, and they were trying to figure out, we did a number of studies to find out what they could do about it, because state law precludes students that are in K through 2 being above the ground level. Unless they have separate exit ways, and it gets very complicated to figure out how to make that work. And so there's some limiting factors, as Superintendent mentioned, with regard to grade level adjustments. If you have a 2-story school, it always have to, those lower grades have to be able to fit on the first floor. So.
Could I just ask, since we have this visual up, what would a retaining wall look like? How high, with the fence on top of it, how high would it go above that center block? What's existing now, that low center block wall?
Well, the illustration we showed from the fire lane level showed the wall up to this grade, just to the grade level, and then from grade level up would be some sort of fencing. I think we'd have to have a conversation about safety and security and so on. I think you could look at it from the standpoint that all you need is a guardrail by code, but with that large of a drop-off and the tendency for people to maybe sit on a wall or kids to reach over a wall, there may be some additional safety issues that we would expect require we treat it more like a site security fence, and you may have to have an 8-foot fence on top of it, try to make sure that nobody gets over that wall and falls all the way down.
Could you put like a plexiglass or something so you don't obstruct?
Oh, you could. Price might go up, but those are totally options, yes, you're right.
Just as we're talking about the retaining wall, how would that affect natural light and fresh air on the, I guess, east side of the buildings?
I think the natural ventilation between the buildings, where we have them designed today, prevailing winds coming off the coast, Santa Ana's coming the other direction, there's some natural ventilation. Obviously, this would impact it in some way.
So that's the only plan you can come up with the 2-story building. Is there any, like, you can shift it anywhere else, or is this pretty much, if you were to get a 2-story building, this is kind of what it would look like?
Well, from the standpoint,
Aside from like restarting from the whole entire process.
well, we could start over. There's not a convenient place to build a building that tall on this site without impacting somebody's view. There may be, if the buildings, for instance, were out on the point where the topography is a little bit lower, things like that. But I'm sure nobody would want to do that, because that would put all the buildings right in the view corridor. So there's not a lot of options available. If you replan the entire site with the idea that the buildings went on the north end then you have the issue of where does parking, where does queuing go, where does, how do people get on and off the site, and how do you avoid the potential crossover of students having to walk across traffic lanes to get to school or otherwise, or the parking lot being inboard on the campus security. There's a lot of planning issues associated with where things go on a school site in order to make the school function properly. So there's some limitations. There's no shortage of studies and options you could analyze, but there's going to be a lot of them that won't work too well. So, and these are just some images of other two-story classroom buildings, so you get a sense of scale. It'll change. It would change the feel of the school quite a bit. We started out with a desire to create something that's more of a coastal California architectural style, low scale, given the nature of the students. Some questions came up with regard to responding to environmental conditions and so on. And so there's a number of things designed into the school. I'll say at the get-go, when we design schools today, we have to meet certain standards under the Green Building Code that almost, at a minimum, requires most buildings now to be built at a level that we used to call LEED Silver, which was usually, at one point, that was a bar to get over. Now it's really pretty much the floor that you start from. And so there's a lot of systems designed in for energy efficient, from high efficiency HVAC systems, LED lighting, and so on and so forth. But we've also, the design is set to be solar ready. So we're analyzing now where the slope roofs that are oriented toward the south are best suited for solar collectors, and how many solar collectors would be necessary in order to meet the needs on campus. And so that studies will produce an answer that will make a decision on that system. It's very common in schools now to do that, try to get to maybe as much as 90%, and that's not uncommon. We've got issues with a lot of blacktop areas, so there's a lot more trees being planted that will help with what we call a heat island effect, where the pavement heats up and heats up the air around buildings and communities. And so that's designed, and that's a compulsory requirement under the code as well. Providing a safe pathway onto the campus so the kids aren't crossing traffic. Bike storage for students and staff are also required by code now. So we've got those features designed in: stormwater runoff, retention basins, and ways to filter the water before it goes out. There's even a stormwater pipe that's on the slope for the environmental areas on the west side. That's actually hasn't been functioning very well and has eroded most of the soil around it. So we're actually going to be repairing that and replacing all that stormwater line, so that it and putting in riprap so that it will restore what was there and protect the rest of it from further damage. And then, of course, site lighting with cutoffs, so we can get a safe environment, but also lighting that can be cut off doesn't impact with light pollution the rest of the community. So there's a lot of environmental features that we're designing into the campus as well, including third-story windows and operable windows and things like that for natural light and ventilation. And I think that was my last slide, so I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
So what LEED certification is it silver, or would it be gold? Where you're going for LEED certification on this building?
I don't believe we're gonna seek LEED certification.
Okay, but if you were to, where would we fall?
I don't know yet.
Okay.
Oh, I think this is being recorded, so I don't want
The number of parking spaces in the proposed plan used to be higher. I see it's 80 now. So what led to having to reduce the number of parking spaces?
I believe that the current design, we've got just short of 90 parking spaces, 88 or something like that on site.
It shows 80 now. I think it's Scott was talking about the planting of trees impacting the number of parking spots that you have.
Trying to find where we have to go through a study that would put in a tree, and at a certain period of time, the foliage would be cover a certain amount of paving, and and that's how that code requirement, so we can't just put trees around the perimeter. So we have to find strategic places. Sometimes it impacts the parking count. I don't think we're done analyzing that, because I'd like to see if we can find ways to preserve as much parking as we can, so we're not finished with that piece of it, but that does affect parking count and can.
What I appreciate about the design that's been described is, you know, obviously there's the focus on the educational impact and the experience that students will have. And then as you just heard, from the actual building and the structure, what the site plan is, there's also been attention to student safety from the standpoint of making sure kids can get on and off the campus safely, as well as safety while they're on the campus. So is it a secure campus that has some kind of sheltered ability? So anytime we can have that kind of secure environment, and we can create that with buildings, we also want to do that, as well as some of the green movement that we've made with the design that's been made as far as making sure that it's a sustainable structure that actually considers all of those pieces, that we can be friendly with the environment and have actually a good quality building that meets the requirements there. So overall, the input from the community really led, and then the students really led to what's the feel of the school when kids walk in and they feel safe and they feel like it's the place that they want to learn, and it's a place that is welcoming and actually is what responds to all of those priorities. You know, this design really is addressing so much of what's been expressed over the last, many months now. So it definitely has taken a lot of input into consideration.
Another question. So thank you for reviewing the numbers, and I see now you have a notation on here that the numbers that you show are from survey data. So this is the actual numbers that reflect the survey that you did. That's very specific. So you can count on the numbers on these pages.
Yes.
And don't post this to this plan.
Yes.
Okay. We can take more questions at the end of it.
So I'm just looking at the plan and I'm just wondering for walkability, 'cause I know that that's, you know, a really important attribute for any school to have. Have we thought about, or could we have an access entry point from Mir, Montana for the neighborhood that lives down here, which is, I live down there, so it's, I know. Yeah. For all the kids that go to the hard hikes that live down here, yeah, I think that would be great. We could walk.
Actually, that question came up a while back. We did a number of studies that showed not only pedestrian access from the south, from the cul-de-sac, but also vehicular access. Thinking initially that one option would be to not have parents queue up and go all the way back around and back out on Bokita, but they could just exit there. I don't know if that was seen as a very popular idea by everybody, but we studied it and it's certainly feasible. We also backed up and said, well, what if we just had an emergency access, so at least fire trucks, we wouldn't have to have such a large turnaround down in that corner, and fire truck exit could be put in. So those are still feasible approaches. There's some impact on facilities and what happens with that end of the building, but it's certainly feasible to do that. We believe that if you have a vehicular access, other than emergency only, DSA and their access compliance checkers would also expect that we'd have to have an accessible pathway from that public way onto the site. If we had any kind of gate access, stairs or otherwise, so you can get onto the site from that corner, it would have to be paired with an accessible pathway and a ramp. And there's a fair amount of elevation, so there's a little bit of cross back to develop a ramp on that site, but it's certainly feasible to do it. So the answer is yes.
We're ready for public comment? Okay, and we have, usually we have 20 minutes of public comment unless the board agrees to take more. This looks like not as many as last time, but still about an hour of public comment. So are you comfortable if we allow all the comments to go forward? Okay, then, yeah. Okay, so I just ask, if you're commenting, you don't have to use your whole 3 minutes. So somebody said something that you were going to say, you can just refer to that person also, so that we can keep things moving. what we want to hear what you have to say. So what I'm going to do is try to call 2 people at a time, and that way the second person knows that they're going to be up next, and they can get in line and we can keep the comments moving. So the first person is Karen Bond, followed by Andrew Lutz.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to talk. My name is Karen Bond. I live right on the corner of Cordero and Boquita. I'm well aware of all the traffic problems and stuff, but that's not why I'm here. I have lived there for almost 30 years. My kids both went to the Heights. Katie used to babysit my kids. That's how old we all are now, I guess. I consider the school a real jewel of our community, and I like the design that's been proposed, but I'm very grieved by the loss of the field space, and I don't feel that due diligence has been done. I know there are a lot of issues that the planners have had to take into account, but I just really I don't think we're at our best design at this point. I think we're giving it too much, and once the field space is done, once it's gone forever. I taught my daughter how to ride her bike on that grassy field, and I would like to teach my grandkids too. Thank you.
Followed by Mary Lutz.
Hi, my name is Andrew Lutz. I live in the neighborhood where the school is. I've lived there for 13 years. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. As I write this, or as I wrote this, I was sitting in the cul-de-sac at Muir, Montana, above the Torrey Pines Reserve and over the Del Mar High School and fields. While I looked at this scene, which has to be the most beautiful public school site in the world, can't think of any more better. I had a lot of questions, and my first question goes to origins. I voted yes for this when it was on the ballot because it was designated as a renovation. It has been renamed a rebuilding. Now, there's a difference between renovating a school and rebuilding it. A renovation is taking what's currently there and using that same site, that same footprint, and renovating, if that means you take it down to the studs, then that's what you do. Or if you need to make more structure, you do it, but you do it within a footprint that's maintained. That was my understanding of it, and that's what I voted for. A rebuild that is proposed is a tear down, an expansion of footprint, and a reduction of the fields, which is a big concern. Second question is more general, and what to ask you all to consider: what is a school? It's a community. It's an attitude, and it's not simply the physical facility. That's probably the last thing it is. If I'd ask you all to look at schools that are built in Mali and Malawi. The schools are made out of cinder block, and they have corrugated roofs made of metal. And the children often sit on the floor with their notebooks, and there's a teacher at the front and a blackboard. Those kids are driven to work. They are disciplined. It's about disciplined learning. It's not about, computers, laptops. There's no Google Campus. But they promote rigorously disciplined learning, and these kids feel lucky if they get a desk. Many of these kids aspire to do great things. They want to be nurses, they want to be doctors, they want to be engineers, and many of them achieve it. And I also wonder, is another question, how many of you know that there are no less than 9 living species that call that canyon, the Torrey Pines area, home, that are either endangered or threatened species worldwide? Okay? This is not just their issue, these animals, it's our issue, because every inch we give up in building a little pathway around, bees live in those canyons. You build a pathway there, bees are like the most important thing in our environment. You don't like that? Well, read about it. You'll find out it's true. So all these animals are going to be threatened even more than they are now. Hawks, ospreys, all kinds of animals that field is their territory. I've seen owls and hawks and osprey hunt on that field.
Thank you.
Okay. If I could just finish, we just say, sorry, I rambled on, but, I think that you need to decide what all these options are, why you're doing it, and what a school really is. Thank you.
Good evening, my name is Mary Dollar-Hyde-Lutz. Del Mar High School is more than just one thing to us. It's a place to educate, but it's also a place to congregate. It's a place for community members to gather. My husband, who just spoke and was here at the last meeting, told me that there was discussion about, of the calendar year, 365 days, only about 135 days are actually occupied with the school year. So what are our taxpayer dollars supporting the other 230 days each year, the majority of the year? Well, to my way of thinking, they should be supporting a community space where people can come together, not have their phones, not have their tablets, escape for a little bit, be quiet, be still, throw a frisbee, play a game. I recall the first time that I ever saw Del Mar Heights Field. We were living on the East Coast. We were contemplating coming to Del Mar to live. We looked over that retaining wall, and we saw the Del Mar Little League playing. And my son and daughter ended up being members of the Del Mar Little League. Now I hear that a new Little League field is being contemplated for Torrey Hills to accommodate the loss of the field at Del Mar Heights. Well, that's not really going to help the 7-year-old kid that wants to grab his, mitt and bat and run down and play. But that's going to be his mom or dad or somebody else is going to, be doing the carpool thing, run back and forth, and you're just not going to be able to go outside and play anymore. But the fields are not just about organized sports. They're also where we've met some great friends. We've, seen owls up there, as Andy mentioned. We've run from skunks. We've played with our kids. Again, the school is more than just a school. There's comment by the architect that the design exists to meet educational goals. There are more than just educational goals within the four corners of that school, though. It's more than a school. It's a community space. We all support it with our tax dollars. We have a right to enjoy it 365 days of the year. And I encourage you to listen carefully to what you hear tonight and to do right by us all, preserving those fields. Thank you.
My name is Harry Yip. I live around Murray, Montana. Place no view of the ocean, no baseball field. I lived there for 29 years. I would like to use this time to address that we have a very good architectural design process we've gone through. It's good, and hopefully we can tweak it some more and get a better result out of it. What a beautiful resort with panoramic view of the ocean. For education, it's fine, but let's make that sure it's the education, not the result. That's important. But my issue is more on the permitting process, which will come next or is ongoing. Perhaps Chris can address some of these permit issues. What I'm interested is during the demolition phase of the old school, the so-called rebuild process, you take everything down. What about the traffic and the environmental impact, the pollution, the noise, the nails in my tires? One of my neighbors had a 1-year construction. All 3 of my cars got nailed in it. Think about the large project that will last for a year. Okay, so-called rebuild. What are the impact? Yes. So the environmental impacts report, ERI, the city permits, the coastal permit. I would like to know more about what is going on, what's the status of this, and don't tell me that it's going to come out at the end of the year. It's going to get 30 days for us to scramble through it and be able to respond in time. We need more of that transparency. Okay. Also, we have a Torrey Pine Reserve extension in the neighborhood. Animals. When I first built my house in Del Mar, we got about foxes, and a lot of coyotes and owls and all that. They're all gone. All right. Think about the impact of 1 year of this construction effort. How much of these will be destroyed? Or the coastal permit, well, within 1 mile of the ocean coastline. What about the color, the building heights, view, easement, etc.? It has to be addressed. So let us know the process of how the permit issues are being addressed, the inputs that you provide, and what's the status. Who are the consultants performing this task for the school? Like for the permit, the EPHR, and the coastal. I'd like that to be addressed. Thank you.
Followed by Nicole Penfordakis.
I'm Garrett Anderson. Thanks very much for giving us the opportunity to talk here. I'm going to be echoing some of the comments that were just raised, but I want to frame it slightly differently. Looking throughout here, there's a lot of emphasis on education. There's a beautiful mission right up there. It says our mission is to ignite genius, to empower students to advance the world. Right? We want to create a bunch of Greta Thunbergs, a bunch of very motivated young children who are going to go out there, look at the world around them, and try to make it better. Okay. There's no doubt in my mind that everyone here agrees. Maybe not, not politically, but towards the goal of educating kids and igniting geniuses. It's wonderful. I think that the school's doing a great job. The second half of that statement is the part that gives me some concern, and that we're going to be igniting geniuses, and they're going to realize that it's too late to do what they want to do, because, again, as many of the people have said here, the field's already going to be gone. Not the whole field, and I know that people are working very hard to protect it, but every inch of that we lose, in particular, every inch of that we trade for a parking lot is gone, and it won't come back. And the little geniuses that we ignite will realize that, but it will be too late for them to be empowered to do anything about it. And I want you all to just realize that how important it is, how precious that space is, and how irreparable it will be, and independent of how good the school is that's made, how irreparable it will be to undo that pavement once it's put down. The pavement will get old, but the grass won't grow back. I think that'll do. Thanks.
Followed by Travis Milliken.
Hi, Nicole Penfordakis. I've been up here several times already talking about the field and trying to preserve the field. It's frustrating because I don't feel like we are being heard in the way that we would like to be heard. I'm frustrated. I know a lot of time has been put into this, but in terms of community input, there were 2 months in the spring when community was gathered and there was brainstorming. Then there was months off over the summer where that wasn't the case. And then in September, when we all started talking about it was like a stone wall. So I'm not feeling like community input has been taken with this. And I feel like the field has been treated like a piggy bank. I feel like you had all these people come in and they said, oh, we want this, we want one story. We'll take it from the piggy bank. Come in, we want, you brought up the kids and giving them those projects, which were wonderful. I had a child that worked on those projects. I talked to him and his friends about them. But nobody said that each of those projects was going to take space away from the field. And I think if you had told the kids that, you would have had a different response. I mean, those little, I love those classes. I love the idea of indoor-outdoor education, and I think that can be accomplished. Look at the Pacific Highlands Ranch built. That has 100,000 square foot field with similar amount of students. It's just a much more consolidated building. I assume that you're having some of the same goals there too, so I don't understand why we can't bring some of that over to this campus. The field is not a piggy bank. The field, I don't understand why it's not more important to you. It's absolutely more important to the Del Mar community. What makes this campus magical, a big part of that is that field. You talk about preserving the magic. The magic is in bringing the magic of childhood and the magic of that field together. And there is no other place that I've been to that has the magic that this campus has right now. And we are going to be losing it in June if this isn't changed. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Travis Hellenkamp. I went to Del Mar Heights Elementary School, graduated in 2012. So the field is my main concern of this new design. Field means a lot to me because in 5th grade, I won the mile there that Mr. Phillips had for our class, and I started my cross-country career, which went until the end of high school. But one of the main issues I see with this new field is it looks like there are a certain amount of things that are designed to be done on this field. Like it has the soccer field built in, it has those baseball fields, whatever. But the thing that's so great about the Del Mar Heights field right now is that there's so much space and it can be used for just about anything you want to do up there. You can have like 3 or 4 soccer games going on at once. I've seen that. And I mean, there's just a whole bunch of stuff you can do with it. Let's see. So another issue I had was with the parking lot. I don't understand why the parking lot needs to be increased by like 2 times as we saw in the proposed drawings. Unless the kids are going to start driving themselves to school. But let's see. Okay, and my final issue was with the all these new like collaborative learning spaces or whatever it was. And the last time Del Mar Heights tried to do something like that was, I think, I don't know, it was a while ago, but they made that little outside learning space with the stones. I thought it would be a great idea. We all thought it would be fun. And I mean, it was rarely ever used. And from what I can remember, the one time that I had a class that went out there, we hated it and we wanted to go back inside. But, I mean, taking the field away, I know it's not taking it away, but just cutting it down severely, that would have a pretty bad impact on the kids because, I mean, kids need to be outside, they need to get their energy out, they need to run around, so they can go back in the classroom and focus on learning. These new green spaces that are proposed, I mean, I don't think that they're big enough to really do much on. Kids probably won't use them in the way that they're intended. So, yeah, that's all I have to say. Thank you for listening.
I will do my best not to cry this time. I don't want to do that first thing. Probably joking. Just as a quick refresher, we're not talking about public park or community center or dog facility or flag football headquarters or anything along those lines. We are talking about redesigning an elementary school for kids where they will be educated. The Ross you speak of, actually, my son was in 3rd grade last year, and every other morning they went out there and read. So I think that some things have changed over the years, and maybe that's just because they're kind of working these innovation spaces and outdoor spaces more into the daily education of kids. Speaking of the kids, specifically my own kids, they're actually my only priority and the only reason I'm here. I'm not looking to preserve a view or postpone the process for one reason or another. I don't care about a shiny new object, as some have implied. I simply want the very best school that our money can build and want the peace of mind that my kids are as safe as possible when we drop them off daily. Green sport space is important. I don't deny that, but it's not and should not be the priority.
Many of you may not be aware that kids actually did an extensive project last year on their opinions of what they want and need in the new school. They were given design projects to create an entire school, and actually recently revisited these in our school office. They included everything they could possibly imagine. For the record, those that did focus on outdoor space specifically drew up plans of more four-sport courts, more wall ball, more basketball courts, and a playground that alone would cost millions of dollars. Their plans also included flexible furniture, indoor-outdoor space, and innovation labs. As a side, I know we keep talking about baseball. My husband is actually on the Little League board and has been for several years. He also happens to be a baseball agent, so he has a vested interest in baseball for a number of reasons. The Little League board has been involved in this process from day one with the goal to come up with a solid alternative plan for relocating the juniors division field, which is actually the field we would be losing. It's not every field, it's the juniors division of kids that are older than elementary school. This goal has been achieved because of the creative efforts on the side of the district, so I do thank you for that. We should not waste millions of dollars postponing this process another year. The current school, as you all know, is a dump. And for those of you that do spend time there, you would know that. It does not meet the standards we should have for our public school in our community. Maybe if your kids don't attend the Heights any longer, you're willing to look past the rapidly deteriorating conditions, but I am not. I'm also not willing to waste a dime. We need to maximize our entire budget, and postponing means we would literally be lighting cash on fire. Compromises and refinements have been made, as we've all seen through these numerous meetings. We need to get our kids out of the rat motel where they're currently being educated, and we need to move forward. We need to move forward fast because our kids deserve it. Thank you.
Yeah, my name is Greg. I'm here to live down the street from the school, right next door here. You know, I take maybe a different view on the process, participated in a lot of the meetings, and I felt the redesign process was pretty thorough, didn't feel rushed, was open, inclusive, transparent, and I think the outcome did reflect the views of the community that participated in that process. I think the design jives. And having spent a decade serving on the Torrey Pines Community Planning Board, which actually covers the area of the school, I was also quite impressed by the ability to bring so many people together. It's really hard to do this at scale. And there were this many people at every meeting, you know, for 3-4 hours at a time. So I was impressed by the ability to do that and the outreach that required. I also saw through that process what I would say would be many hundreds of hours of input from the community. Parents from present, past, future students, neighbors, sports groups, teachers, administrators, board members. And I appreciate that the board didn't start with a predetermined outcome and try to guide it to it. It really did start through the process of trying to figure out what were the requirements, the needs, and letting that guide to the design and the options, and then doing that all with what the community input. And so I think that was referenced earlier, and I think it would require, a lot of these changes would require going back to the people who put in hundreds of hours of time trying to make this process work. I also believe that Del Mar Heights is a very challenging site because you can't develop a portion of it because of topography and it's in the reserve. So sometimes the numbers are misleading of how big the site is. It was originally built for half the number of students. There was no ADA back then. There was no special ed requirements. There were maturity requirements. All these new things actually increase space. And I do appreciate the school board, not the board, but the people in the process, respected the community views. There isn't a view ordinance in San Diego, and what was done here was much better than what I've seen through the planning board, what people in the remodel do, as far as respecting it. So, and I do think there was a lot of priorities put together, and every one of those priorities does require space. You know, whether you want indoor, outdoor, and all those things. And that you had to balance it, and I feel that it was a decent job of balancing it. The fields were brought up in the meeting, and I remember people saying, yeah, we understand we're gonna get smaller field, but we agree with that. So that was the input of the people participating in the process were okay with that. So I think to conclude, I support the redesign as it is, and would be fearful of going back at this point and reopening it, because I think it'll delay it by a year, cost us quite a bit more money, and I'm not sure if we do get a different outcome. Thanks.
Becky Dowler, followed by John Hartman.
Hello, happy holidays. I'm Becky Dowler. I'm a former Hills mom with 3 kiddos that one is off a plane home from Berkeley, and one is graduating from Great Pines to be an environmental engineer, being a girl, so STEM, thank you, DMUSD. And my youngest is my challenge, still in high school, but she's gonna make it through. I am here, the last thing I wanted to do was come before this board ever again. I am a survivor of the Delmar Hills first attempt foreclosure, PTSD. I didn't really want to ever do this again. Chris and Holly, you know, I'm a big fan of design thinking. When we all visited Design 39 so many years ago, I love design thinking. I support that with education. However, what Design 39 was versus what DMUSD has here on this campus are very different sites. And I have all these things written. I don't want to repeat things that other people have said, but my 3 primary concerns were being here. My children wanted to be here, but my middle daughter is picking up my son, so I could be here and speak. They feel very strongly, even though they're a Hills family. I live on the south side of Delmar Heights Road. We spent so many times, beautiful times here, whether it's a shared Girl Scout troop between the Hills and the Heights, or just coming here on Christmas Day and playing. Even though we're a Hills family, we love the Heights build. And because I'm such an environmental activist, and for those of you that know me and the projects I've done for DMUSD, I couldn't not be here today. And my biggest thing is I hear, the first board meeting I went to in probably 10 years was the last one last night. Just because I wanted to educate myself. I'm late to the party, I apologize. I don't have the facts and figures like you all do, but I'm a pretty engaged community member. And I didn't know about this. I supported the bond measure because it was a renovation, not a rebuild. We all assumed it was going to go up on the same space with the obvious tweaking that needed to happen to make this safe, first and foremost, a great educational place. But one of the things I'm pointing out to myself here is a house does not make a home. So I love design thinking, Chris and Helen know that, but a house does not make a home. It's not the structure that creates the educational experience. It's our amazing teachers and staff that we have in DMUSD, and I'm so grateful for all the work that they've done, and I have these great thinkers in my children. So the green space is not the same thing as rec space. And we know studies, you guys know, the studies of free play and letting them get their wiggles out. Yes, I only have one child. My youngest actually got cartwheels forbidden at Delmar Hills. So like we know, like getting their wiggles out is really important. And the last I'll say is polls. You guys, please, you don't have to, but for the sake of having a good relationship with the community, you gotta put polls up to help us.
Thompson.
Hi, I'm John Gartman. Thanks for the opportunity to speak here. Happy holidays to all you guys. After we're done, I have my sidekick here, Rolf, and I want to thank him for holding this up. This is the only thing I want to talk about briefly because I know this is a really popular rendering, I guess you call it, and it's been on the front page of the Delmar Times, and it's, I guess it's put on the face of every classroom in Delmar Heights to show people and get them all excited about it. And the point I wanted to make about this is you know, it's not real. It shows about 25,000 square feet of space that doesn't exist. It's not an accurate diagram, and you don't need to trust me on that. I think any 6th grader could probably do this at home. Mine sure can. And all you gotta do is take your actual real site diagram and take, let's say, 3 points this direction, and if you take the real site diagram, you'll see that the field is a certain percentage of the site. And if you go the other direction, do the same thing, same 3 points, you'll see the field is a certain percentage of the site. And the site diagram is real. You know, we've seen it here again tonight, but if you go here and you do the same thing, you'll see that it's actually been stretched, the field. In this direction, it's about 11% larger than the side diagram would show you. And in this direction, it's about 19% larger. And, you know, when you do sort of the multiplication is required to turn those linear exaggerations into area, those two things multiply together, and you get about 32% more field than is real. And I know that this is probably done on something like AutoCAD, and the architects talk about how if you want to make a point, you can stretch things, but here it just seems a little odd to make a point, because the size of the field has been sort of the thing that the community talks about, and to add an extra 25,000 square feet to a visual that's literally posted on every classroom door at Del Mar Heights, and it shows up in the front page of the Del Mar Times. I don't think you want that impression as a district and as a board, because can't we just be honest about what the facts are? And if you say, we're going to do this anyway, despite these facts, but let's just have the real facts. And it's frustrating to see something like this when I know that the purpose is to get in the mind of the audience and have them go with you, but this is just not real. And I encourage you to tell people that and come clean and take it down and show them what's real. That's all.
Stone, followed by Paul Silver.
That's probably screen the comments.
What's that?
No, you can submit documents here to hand to the board.
No, I'm sorry, Chris's presentation.
Oh,
It was already out.
question?
I'd like to put a picture from his presentation up, which was already presented to the board, so you've already seen. But it would be helpful. It'll take 2 seconds, it's right there.
Okay, yeah.
So I don't have pictures.
Let's, if we can't find it quickly, let's go on. You're welcome to submit anything to the board.
Okay, I'll start. My name's Tom Sohn. I guess I have to start with saying I remain confused by that absolute rigid commitment to this design. What I would have hoped for from the last couple months of community input was collaborative changes to the design. But instead, all we heard today are just a bunch of defenses to the existing design, no material changes. And some of the defenses are, borderline ridiculous. A potential downfall of the retaining wall is graffiti. You can sit with that one and determine how real that is. But regardless, I just wanted to note, and one of the things I wanted to show was some of I know the wonderful pictures of the Carmel Del Mar kids with their kindergarten, 6th grade project, and they had some beautiful pictures of the kids, older kids interacting with the littler kids. I want to note that none of those pictures were taken in overly prescribed, adult-driven facility spaces. Those were all taken in outdoor green spaces, every single one of them. And I want the board to be humble. I want the board to be directive to the district. This is a bad design. And the picture that I wanted to show, I found had incredible amount of irony in it. If you go back to the presentation in the slideshow, there's a picture of 2 little kids talking to a 3rd kid, sitting in an indoor room, but 2 kids are holding basketballs. And that's exactly what you're gonna get with this design, is 2 kids sitting inside holding basketballs, because 3 of the basketball fields are now 1. And 2 of the baseball fields are now 2/3 of the whole field. That's what you're gonna get. It's an out-of-touch design. It's clear it's out of touch. You're putting pictures up in support of it, of indoor kids with basketballs. One of the kids had a beard, I think.
That canyon, I mean, we've got it right there, the preserve is right there for us. And I think that somebody else said, it's like, once it's gone, our little geniuses, our little environmentalists are gonna ask, what did you do? I mean, they're gonna come back, and if this plan goes through, they're gonna come back and go, what happened in the field? And they're gonna ask, you know, they want to know, they recycle right now, they compost right now. They use, you know, at home, you may not know this, but a lot of your students are already live environmentalists. And today was the first time I ever heard anything about any of the environmental aspects to this plan, but they're all required. We're not doing anything extra. We're not looking to build a green school. But I am concerned about the heat island, and I do think we can do a ramp to Mira, Montana, and I do think that we could do a walking path down from Mira, Montana. We don't have that access. And so the way to make it safe and for our kids to be able to walk to school and ride their bikes is to allow more access, not build more parking lots. We don't need that. We're going to be polluting the air that our kids breathe and the community around it by building more parking lots and having 130 cars idling in that queue. That's not what people asked for. I appreciate the adjustments that the architect has made and working with the board, but if we're going to do this month after month, it's going to take forever. Please hold on to this process and meet with us again, but not at a board meeting where we can't have a two-way interaction, where we're just being talked to, and I get, you know, 3 minutes. So, and another parent said they don't want to waste the time. I don't want to either. Nobody wants to delay this. We all want this beautiful, modern learning studios that we can do, and we can do all of this, but we need to collaborate more. And I beg of you as the board to do this because no one's listening. It's very frustrating.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank the administration of Colleen, Craig, and Erica for their time over the last few weeks. I'm here. What we'd really like to see is a proposal that works for everyone. We appreciate the 4 to 5 collaboration meetings that took place in the spring. We prioritized resolving traffic, school buildings, and keeping the magic of the learning experience. However, somehow the priority of the field somehow got lost along the way. When priorities were discussed, the consequences of losing the field were never presented. Also, neighbors were never notified that if they did not attend the 4 to 5 meetings, the destiny of our community would be cemented in stone for the next 50 years. Due to the process being rushed, commitments to facilitate a community survey were never followed up on. Also, inaccurate information was consistently communicated. When accuracy of pictures were questioned in the September meeting, we were told this is a school district, you don't have to be accurate by law. As renderings came out over the fall, there were mistakes in calculations and square footage. Pictures submitted to Del Mar Times were taken, I'm assuming, from a different angle to make things look a little bit different, look larger, to make the field look larger and the buildings look smaller. When we rush, we create hasty work, and misperceptions take place within the community, and that is what has brought us here today. Let's take a moment at this meeting and shift this into the Del Mar right way that many people in Del Mar are talking about. We want this to be positive. As you have heard, neighbors have come together to find a way to keep the sparkle and the magic of the design of Del Mar Heights. We want to keep the connection with nature, increase the size of the field, and preserve the neighboring views around. In order to keep the magic of our community alive, I request that the board please look at a 2-story option in the northeast corner. I'm very happy, I just spoke to the architect. From what I understand, it is not physically possible, but if we could at least possibly open up a discussion about it, that would be wonderful. It would open up the field, and it would open up a number of different things. We can create the sparkle and the magic. We can work towards that. Erica, many of you know the things that we've done through Del Mar. Bonfire requires things that bring that magic. I am willing to donate any of my time to try to help that. The solution, this brings the ability for kids to come back, run and play with wide open space every Sunday night. Real quick, pictures that I don't want to take any more time, but I will go over them with the architects so that I don't take up anyone else's time. But most importantly, we want this to be a positive.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ravindran, the new hall.
Who's next?
You.
All right, great. Thanks, happy holidays. We can go over those with the architect, but we actually had an architect.
May I have your name, please?
Wes Huggett.
Thank you.
We actually had an architect who is a large global firm, very familiar with government buildings and education, take a look at this site. And he gave us some pretty good ideas on what we can and can't do. So we're open to discuss those ideas with John and his firm or with anybody else. First of all, the community does not want this. All you have to do is drive through the streets of Del Mar. Every street literally has at least one sign. I went on Crest Road yesterday. There were 8 signs just on Crest. The Crest is nowhere near the school, and there aren't a lot of kids living on Crest, but there were 8 signs. John and his Play Outside Del Mar organization is getting more signs every request every day. So there's going to be more and more going up over time. Nobody wants this. Okay, as far as the timeline. Okay, I've got some other, move quick here. Okay, we passed our bond November 2018. Our design process was 6 to 7 months. Some will say it's 8, some will say it's 2. We're planning to start construction June 2020. That's 18 months. So let's look at some comps real quick. Solana Vista Elementary, they passed their bond November 2016. Their design process, 2.5 years. Scheduled start of construction June 2020. That's 43 months versus our 18 months. And by the way, Solana Vista is preserving all their existing field space. Number 2, different school district, Earl Warren, San Diego. Bond passed November 2012, design process, 1.5 to 2 years. Start of construction, September 2015, that's 34 months. And by the way, that is for 600 students at 56,000 square feet, or 500 students at 66,000 square feet. Okay, let's move to the next one, Cardiff Elementary, bond passed November 2016. Design process, 1.5 years plus, started construction June 2019, that's 30 months. So that's 30 months versus our 18, and as all you probably know, if you don't, litigation has stopped all construction at Cardiff, and they have a 22-foot MUR, and they're only taking 12% of their field space, and that's completely halted under litigation. So the bottom line is, we're just going too fast. That's why we have so many unhappy people, and you have save the field signs going up all over Del Mar. So what I'm urging is that the $3 million is a drop in the bucket for this project at $55 million. Laurel Warren was only $41 million. So let's take our time and get the right project, as this is going to outlive all of us here. So we need to make sure that we have consensus and we do it right. That's all I have to say, but I think you guys know deep in your heart you don't have the right solution. So let's make a change. Thank you.
Help me out with the name. Ravindran, followed by Julie Sant. Ravindran, the new hall. Okay. Then Julie Sant.
My name is Ravindran, and I live next to the school. I'm the neighbor on the north side of the campus. So I'm in support of preserving the field, at least maximizing the green space as much as possible. As far as retaining wall is concerned, I would be very much interested to be part in the discussion because that's going to affect the foundation of my house. The 20-foot wall, I don't know how far it's going to come to the north end. we would like to be in the discussion as much as possible if that's on the table to be decided. Thank you.
That's the last one.
Hi, everybody. I know I presented last time, and I want to thank you for extending your time.
Excuse me, could you please state your name?
My name is Julie Sunt.
Thank you.
And hearing what we have to say, and I think we have the makings of an incredible design. I think the facility design aspect is fantastic. And I think if my son, who's in 5th grade, were here, and my fellow parents' sons and daughters were here, they would say, you know what? We can make it fantastic. We can go from good to great to fantastic. And I think we're almost there. And whether it's a tweak or a pivot or a major league pivot, I really commend the architect for coming up with different alternatives. And as I listened to you talk about connecting to different boards, I, interestingly enough, gathered some quotes from the board at Solana Vista. And I would just say it's food for thought. And as these are quotes from board members and Chris's counterpart, Carolyn Brown. There are 3 quotes, and as I read them to you, Kelly's going to present to you and show you what she had intended to do at the end of the presentation. So the first quote is from Vicki King, who's a board member at Solana Beach Unified. And she stated, and I think this was in the Del Mar Times, but it could have been the Tribune, there is not a lot of parks in the area, and field space is of high importance. I want to make sure that we are not wasting space that can be field space or blacktop. Quote from Vice President Rich Loeb. He applauded the district's efforts to solicit input from the community. As of last summer, he felt the project was being rushed. Again, this is from the Tribune. And he said, he was quoted as saying, congratulations for slowing the process down and understanding what the community wanted. Another quote from Richard. We went through great pains to get a consensus and a project that the public liked. Third quote from Carolyn Brown, Executive Director of Capital Programs and Technology for Solana Beach Unified. She responded at the community meeting to public concerns regarding the Solana Vista rebuild. There will be no loss to the playing fields utilized by Solana Beach soccer and Little Leagues. And she stated she had been in communication with local sport leagues throughout the process. So what I gather from these quotes is that the input didn't just come from the community. It came from the board as well, that there was a real dialogue. And I'm thanking you for showing leadership and the questions that you're asking and allowing the architect to come up with alternatives. And I really encourage you to explore them. I also in the end, want to say one more thing, which is that process from the beginning, community engagement point, to breaking ground at Solana Vista Elementary is going to be a 3-year process. It started in May 2017.
Excuse me, thank you, your time is up.
And ended in June 2020. Thank you.
This is the public comment portion, so now we turn back to.
I'll be really short. I just was too late.
You have to submit them by item 5.6, which is a lot earlier in the meeting, so that we can allocate the time for public. I'm sorry. Will you please maybe send us an email or?
Yeah, I'll just be 30 seconds though.
Sorry.
Okay.
Virtually, but that's awesome. Okay, so we turn to board discussion. There's no action, but we should talk about the presentation and any questions folks may have. And I might suggest for example, one component is the two-story building. So if you want to start with something else, that's fine, but we should talk about that.
I just start always comments about what we can or cannot do with two-story buildings. I respect what the architect said about the AQ2, or what they had at another school with problems in the future. So I mean, the community was adamant early on in the process about not having a two-story. We are going to affect massively on blue lines. It's going to affect CEQA. They know that CEQA, we'd have to restart the CEQA process, I believe. Anytime you put a two-story in, or changing the plans from one-story to two-story. EPHR.
We did not, that wasn't, what we've been investigating is based on the general current plan. So we haven't investigated or gone through the process on a two-story. There are components such as the public use and items like that that we have to investigate and have impact.
Yeah, I mean, we have to kind of start over again on CEQA then.
Not all over, but we have a whole another component that would have to be investigated.
Okay, and there is a delay, and I worry a little bit about the impact of things like, I mean, Carmel Del Mar came up first thing in this meeting, and needing that modern, or that expansion of the MUR, and dollars that we would spend by delaying a project 2 years can go a long way to some of these upgrades too. So that's a concern that I have, going back and reinventing the wheel again. So going through the whole process and starting over. So that's just a piece that I mean, we've asked a lot. I know when we were walking down in that Del Mar Heights visit, I was asking Chris a little bit about what if, how much space can you gain? Can you push that retaining wall all the way back? And so they've tweaked the design and tried to come up with ways to do that. That isn't very much true. Even with a two-story building, I think we're restoring everything that we've got currently. Maybe Chris can address that? Or the architect?
Would we, with the current, with your investigation of two-story, John, would we say that we would get the full field back, or would it be?
It didn't look like the full field. A substantial part of it, yes. But the square footage on the southern end of the building that now gets relocated and becomes the second story, the building extends down probably about 2/3 of the distance that it is currently.
And you lose all the torrey pines and all the landscaping up above, so you have to remove.
Well, if we went all the way up into the northeast corner, there would be some impacts, and I think we'd have some challenges digging into that slope. We made a comment about foundations and those issues, so it's not a simple task to do that.
I know I was talking to you guys at the CSBA conference, because you had some designs out there, and I too took part of that virtual reality tour and to see that. And actually, I do like where you have the MUR and the views on that. I think actually that's wedding ceremony type of facility type of thing. But it was very nice. But we did talk about the retaining wall, and I know some other board members, they might have some issues on the maybe the height of it, or the view impacts and things from the school.
Well, I met with your partner, and he walked me through as I was doing the virtual reality thing. And frankly, it's insightful to see the design when you're in the midst of the design, because it looks bigger than it is. But I did go out there the week before with John, and we sat there and looked at the field. That's a big field. There's no doubt about it. I understand that fact. I also understand the fact that you can't unring a bell, and so it creates kind of a difficulty, because this snowball has rolled down the hill somewhat before this all came to light. And that creates the problem, because every dollar that we spend over budget on this project, we're taking away from a project somewhere else in the district. And our duty is to you, but our duty is to them as well, and so it's a balancing act that we have to place ourselves in. I too don't wanna build something that the community doesn't want, but, I also have to be cognizant that the entire community is not gonna be happy. There's always gonna be somebody that's not happy, so, you know, you can't please everybody. I have 3 kids, so I get it. I did want to bring something else up. Somebody mentioned something about rebuilding the school on the same footprint. I spoke with somebody from your office about what the bond actually does say, and it says redesign. So in terms of concepts, and maybe it's a matter of semantics about whether rebuilding, redesigning, whether that means on the same footprint. I don't know if that was ever stated that it would remain on the same footprint, but a redesign is not necessarily on the same footprint. So I just wanted to bring up that the bond itself doesn't confine itself to that same footprint. Although, in light of that fact, somebody brought up placing a building on that kindergarten area where that park would be. In fact, I spoke with somebody else from your firm about how to channel students. The concern you guys had was getting students across that area because there's a potential for fire crossing, and how would you work that? I don't know if it's possible to put a building on that, given your design, if it's possible to put a building there rather than a park, but I'm assuming if you did, you'd be moving the building off of where the green space is and free up some more green space. I'm just trying to find a way to get that green space bigger. The retaining wall is a good step in that direction. Some people had issues with the height of the retaining wall. That's why I brought up the plexiglass, because I think the plexiglass could be a good compromise to keep the retaining wall there, increase some of that green space. If we can move the building to the kindergarten area and somehow put some sort of walkway that allows for emergency traffic through if necessary. I'm not sure if that's been proposed at all. But you know, what was that song? I grew up with this, you pay paradise and you put up a parking lot, right? So I understand, I hear that throughout everybody's comments, but I also hear the fact that, you know, we are focusing on the students. Jim Peabody, our superintendent, said, if you keep your eyes on the students, you're never gonna go wrong. And I think in our district, our focus on education and the best things for kids has always been right there. Frankly, I wasn't planning on being a city planner, but and I understand the need for green space, but I'm trying to balance that city planner aspect with the best education for kids. And mind you, some people are not going to be happy with the final design, but I think if everybody's willing to compromise a little bit, we can get to a point where most people are happy with that design, and I can guarantee the kids are going to be happy with the school that they have, because the design that, any of the designs that I've seen so far, the recommendations have been beautiful, I must say. And I would commend, if it's possible for people to see that with a virtual reality view of it, because it changes the perspective somewhat when you're in the midst of the design rather than looking at a two-dimensional drawing. I'm not sure what is going on with that stretched picture that you referenced. If there's a way to examine how, if that is a truism, I don't know. I haven't seen that design, but I'd prefer not to put something that is seen, if it's misleading. I don't want to put anything like that out there. So
I'm happy to respond to that, and I can assure you that that rendering is accurate. Our work is all done in a three-dimensional building information modeling environment. It's the same program that the builder will use when he developed all of his shop drawings. So the accuracy of that field is precise. we rotated the view so that it was easier to see the field instead of looking over the buildings across the playground, so it's just a different perspective. If you're measuring distances, there's a thing called perspective. The things in the farther distance are smaller, and so you can't get the same readings if you're trying to measure them. But it's not a stretched photograph. It is precisely accurate and is directly off of our three-dimensional BIM model, I can assure you of that.
Okay, I appreciate that. Anyway, that's my stream of consciousness comment. I'll pass it on to somebody else.
I just wanted to mention about, you talked about the footprint, and being on the same footprint. And the last meeting we had, I had a question about just the fire truck access, because when this school was built, there's no way to get into the back part of that, whether you get a fire truck into the canyon or into the back buildings, especially when we have now buildings there. And so that would not pass muster with DSA, is what the kind of the comment was. You have to have that emergency access. So you couldn't put it up on the same footprint. It's just, you can't do it because of that safety piece with fire. So that's what I gathered from the last meeting. Am I correct on that?
You are, as a matter of fact, the metal fascia panels that are around the building, you'll notice on the southeast corner of the classroom MUR building, they've been knocked down. And that's just because of some maintenance vehicles, I think. I don't think that was from a fire truck. So the vehicular access around the backside of those buildings is pretty challenging right now.
I have a question about the canyon rim path that is being proposed. Is that going into the canyon, or are we using land that's already school grounds?
So that comes from where the park goes in the northwest corner, and then there is fire access, but also an ADA accessible path that would be mostly grass that would come around the end of the MUR, and then would lead into the field and the path around the field.
But it's our land.
It's school property. We cannot encroach into the environmental habitat.
Okay, and then the area that right now is a kindergarten building and laptop is going to be used as potentially a community park. And I've asked this already, it's accessible throughout the day, and it's adding, it looks like, 17,000 square feet of play space, potentially, that we can use all day long. And it looks like even maybe there's a potential for like a bike path there, from this rendering. Am I correct in assuming all these things?
Yeah, and so these are, it's not fully planned out, but we see it being like you said, an accessible park. We've been talking about Top Lot, and we desire to have that as far as community usage, and it would be accessible throughout the day to the community, but also something that the school could potentially access.
And how many, I'm sure I've asked this already, how many staff members work on the site every day?
Each day it's approximately 55 to 60.
Okay, so we need at least 60 parking spots for the staff that is there every single day if they want to go in the park on, near the campus and access the classrooms without having to come down the street. And then 20 extra spots potentially for volunteers and anyone else that's visiting the campus would be added. Okay. Then I have a question about, it's just interesting to me that we're rebuilding a school and we're also building a brand new school at the same time. So we have this great opportunity to create these new schools. And so I'm wondering for Pacific Highlands Branch, how much of this is comparable in design? I know it's not the same
So
architect.
I can speak to the design idea, and really what Holly spoke to, Dr. McCurdy spoke to earlier in the presentation, is very similar. So the design idea is very similar. The net usable acreage at Pacific Highlands Ranch is between 10 and 3/10, 10.4 usable acres, whereas we're on 8.4 usable acres at Del Mar Heights. So there is more usable acreage. And I think that's where when we start looking at some of the field space, some of the other things, yes, there is a slightly smaller campus there, but we're using the cafeteria. We have more usable acres, we have 2 more usable acres there too, so I think there's that piece to be. But to the general design premise, the general design idea and focus on schools, academic focus is the same, but we went out to each community individually, so there's a little bit of the individual community feedback and input that we got through the design process.
Is it possible, I'm looking at the design as it is now, the southernmost building, you know which one I'm talking about. If that building were moved to where that kindergarten area, where the community park was, and that's where that walkway that we talked about, somehow designing something, if that would be green space there, how much green space would be added if that building weren't there?
Well, unfortunately, the first challenge is the building won't fit. By the time you take that green space and apply the setbacks that you need from property lines and things, there's not very much of a buildable pad. One of the exhibits I think we showed last time showed where the actual buildable area on that parcel is. The other challenge is, and this goes to the fact that you've got a site that is wide at one end where the field is narrow at the other end. And it's wedged in between a slope and a street and a preserve, a natural preserve with a single point of entry. It makes that narrow end difficult to develop in any way that doesn't create either a challenge getting on and off the site with vehicles and parking and things of that nature, because you usually want to get people out of cars first and not driving around the backside of the building. Or it creates this isolated corner that somehow you have to figure out how to connect it to the rest of the campus. And it goes to supervision issues, it goes to student circulation, it goes to site security, and trying to figure out how to get through that bottleneck and create a functioning campus in kind of an odd-shaped site. If the site were reversed, if the access point was from the south and the entrance to the site was off of the cul-de-sac, you could reverse the whole thing. The parking could be on that end of the site, the fields could be off to the left, and the buildings would all be on the other end. There's a little bit of a challenge when you have a site that has a single point of entry, no other adjacent site access points, which are some of the criteria that we usually help districts when they're in the site selection process. We missed this opportunity by maybe 60 feet or something, but that's one of the unfortunate challenges when you have a site that has limited access points and trying to figure out how to work within that constraint.
And I think you said about the odd shape of it, that we lose a lot of usable space in here versus the Pacific Highlands Ranch site, which is more of a square or a rectangle. So it's much easier to design it when it's a perfect square as opposed to having a canyon in the middle of between your spaces.
Well, there's like a little jagged.
There's a dip there, and you've got, that is hard to use. You can't, so you can't lose that 17,000 square feet of this whole site, because if that was all contiguous, it would be a much easier design. I understand that, I get it. And that's why Pacific Highlands Ranch one works a lot better, because the site's just a better site. So in terms of.
It's an easier site.
It's an easier site to build on, yes. So you're gonna have more usable space on here. Because we own that canyon piece, which you can't do anything with. And we're not going to the reserve. I know people are asking about, the animals in the reserve. We're not touching the reserve, we're not going to the reserve. The reserve is very valuable. That's something that Del Mar fought for, way back when it was being developed. And why you don't have green space in parks. The green space are the preserve areas where you go hiking and things. That's where people wanted to do that 50 years ago when it seemed like it was being developed. So, and that's valuable to me too, and I want to make sure that we don't encroach on any of the open space.
You can't play soccer in the green space.
So I just want to make sure that, we address the primary idea that's come up from the community is a two-story building, which we've heard is, does delay the project for a year, and, correct me if I'm wrong, and we've heard from the staff about the, educational implications. I think the board should, and Scott talked about the second-story building, but everybody else could also, reflect on your thoughts on a two-story design.
I think I've said all along, as a teacher, I would love to have an outdoor space to take my students to, and I would absolutely use it on a daily the community design building process, it was feeling, that we were maximizing like an open space and, so that is a concern. But also the view lines, sight lines, if you're looking from near Montana, they're going to be impacted. I mean, definitely. If you've got-
The two-story design, you can see from the pictures that, and John was, like I asked, is there any other way that we can do it some other location? And it doesn't seem like there's really something feasible at the moment, that we, that we move it somewhere else. So I mean, basically, we're with this design that obviously is gonna be impacting people's views. I'm not, it's not something that I would be interested in. It also, more importantly, I think it's just, like Catherine was saying, it's not the best for the kids. You lose the indoor-outdoor learning aspect of it, which is one of the things that we're really pushing here, and one of the things that I want the kids to be able to have. And they have a set two-story Ashley Falls, and the kids, where my kids, my kindergarten goes, I don't think the kids love the two stories there. They miss out on being able to, they're climbing the stairs, going into the room, and they don't have this indoor-outdoor space. Whereas when we were visiting other sites that were one story, and some of the sites have kind of been a little bit more modernized, I guess, but kids are able to go walk outside during the classroom time. It's kind of like what Doug was saying. They have multiple places to play or to study, to do their work, and some of them go outside and even just roam outside and are able to do their work outside as a classroom, and it's really nice. The kids love it, and they get to spend time outside. I mean, that's part of what this whole discussion is about, like having kids spend time outside, and it's not all going to be in PE time. I mean, most of the time they're spending is in classroom time. But now they're able to, with the indoor-outdoor space, they're able to have time outside during their classroom. So I think that's really important. It's something that this design allows them to have. And a two-story design would not allow them to have. And the two-story is just, I don't think that, I understand that the community wants ways to keep the field. And like I said before, I'm totally sympathetic to that. I mean, as big a field as possible is the ideal. And I just don't, I haven't heard a solution to this yet without being a two-story design that doesn't impact people's views, that doesn't change the way that the students will be learning.
Well, in terms of community input, I was at the first meeting, and the view people were there, and they were there in numbers, and they were adamant about, to your credit, you listened. The field people weren't at the meeting I was at in the same numbers as these people that were trying to protect their view. I imagine if we went second story, we'd have more meetings with everybody that wants to protect the view coming in and saying, so it gets a little bit circular. So I do want to say that the community input was there, and now we're, the ball's down the hill a little bit, and we're trying to reconfigure, and I appreciate you doing the retaining wall, because I want to try and increase that field space as much as possible.
I just quickly want to say, I don't like the retaining wall, by the way. That's just my personal opinion. I think it's dangerous. I think it's kind of unsightly, and I don't think it adds that much field space, which is what we're really going after. We're trying to accommodate this field space issue, and I don't think it adds like a little sliver, but I don't think anybody's happy with it. I think it's this compromise that no one's happy with. So,
I tend to agree with that. A 22 is two-story wall, essentially, on the side of the campus, and you're backing up the buildings to that aesthetically, it's going to be very ugly. And so I don't think that's what the community is wanting, something of that nature. In fact, I think they want something completely opposite. They don't want some industrial feel. I know that was early on in the process, and it will feel very industrial when you start getting that. And it doesn't add much field space. That's exactly what I was looking at. If it were to add a whole lot of field space, then absolutely. Plus, it's another $1 million down to do all that. The engineering is going to be troublesome. You know, they told me about the, you know, you're not gonna wanna go in underneath the street, so the way you anchor is gonna be different. It's gonna require a lot of engineering on that wall. You gotta go down, yeah.
Not to mention all the little critters that live in those trees and bushes wouldn't have a home anymore.
Yeah, and I appreciate the idea for a two-story building, and it seems like the obvious way to get more field space. I was kind of shocked, you know, when you really look at the size of a two-story building and you see the renderings and impacts from your Montana, wherever you put it along there, and you see how high Pacific Trails Middle School is, and Pacific, Earl War Middle School, those pictures. I mean, two-story school is not the same height as a two-story house. So it seems maybe not what it at first seemed to be, the idea of a two-story building. And I also appreciate Jiwa's comments about the educational, and some people mentioned to Catherine, in really ensuring that our kids have that indoor-outdoor learning space within the classroom day. And that's what a one-story building allows. It's really more outdoor education, more use of the outdoors than we're having now. So I have to agree with everybody else who's spoken.
My kids are at the Ocean Air, and we have that 2 stories, an indoor corridor. They have no outdoor space to get out and to interact. And actually, that increases the, you know, time. When you have that, you get out into the environment, it actually increases the amount of time they're spending outdoors, as opposed to being cooped up in a classroom, especially in a 2-story classroom and just in a hallway. It's just not, it's more industrial in terms of the way it's looking, the way it's feeling. So.
I think what I was trying to allude to earlier was when we look at this design about innovation center, art, science, music, is it comparable to what we're building at Pacific Highlands Ranch? Are we having the same, I just want Del Mar Heights students to get the same experience as Pacific Highlands Ranch or similar.
So you're asking programmatically, are we gonna have the
Yeah, I
same
mean,
programs? Yes.
we're building brand new schools.
So both, there definitely is, when we looked at the vision for the multi-use room innovation center, that's something that we did try to have some commonality at both sites, in that multi-use rooms, while they offer opportunities for wonderful memories, they also have a lot of downtime. So how can we find a useful use of that space, having our STEAM Plus program near it, and having the innovation center near it, and then being able to coordinate off and turn it into a multi-use room, allowed us to make the most of those spaces. So both designs, you will see some commonality in how we're using that innovation multi-use room STEAM Plus space, so that we can maximize those spaces, allow for more than one class to come together at times, and then have some indoor-outdoor connection at both school sites as well.
Shelley, will you, actually, it might be helpful if you talk about the years that went into developing the ideas around the educational experience, because the planning has actually been years in the making, and the actual design with architects has been months, and years, and so much time went into the actual design before we actually had architects involved in this project.
Certainly, we've been talking about school design and school interiors and what optimal space would look like. In fact, I think our board president, Erica Halpern, was in one of the original design meetings, I think maybe 5 or 6 years ago, where we looked at what could our interior spaces look like so that they can optimize student learning. And as a result of that, we spent a lot of time doing research, reading books, drawing from materials that really helped guide our thinking. And so we have now, what we had to do initially was stick with, we weren't gonna rebuild all 8 of our schools. So we looked at the existing spaces to see where can we capture some collaborative space. So in some of our schools where that space exists but was filled with cabinets, we've removed cabinetry, we've removed counters, and really tried to create some collaborative learning hallways. So what the designs we see in both schools now are a result of work that's been going on for many, many years, and we're designing with the intent to create indoor-outdoor collaborative space rather than trying to retrofit schools and optimize space. It is with that collaboration in mind, the opportunity for there to be really a seamless flow of student interaction and activity throughout the entire school site, so that when you come on campus, you see that interplay between a teacher's classroom and indoor, outdoor space and collaborative space. And incidentally, we do many focus groups throughout our district, and the most recent round of focus groups we had with teachers this fall, that was one of the consistent comments we heard at those focus groups where we were meeting with teachers at our older sites is, we don't have any place for our children to come together. And it really just reinforced that we had our designs heading in the right direction.
I think that does address some of the issues on speed too, because we've been looking at this for quite some time before our bond even passed, because we tried to do a bond before. And so we've been thinking about this for a while, and what are we looking at in a classroom, how do we want to design that classroom? So a lot of these pieces, we haven't had to start from scratch on those, so it shortens the design process considerably. And then having community input, you can put a plan together based on those two things coming together very nicely.
Just one of the things that I remember from the planning meetings, and as a teacher as well, I can relate to what I heard the teachers saying. They wanted to be able to connect with their colleagues, and I'm wondering, with this design, how are teachers readily able to collaborate?
Actually, one of the features of the design is that the teachers not only have their own classroom, but they have walls that we anticipate having walls where they can either close off, have a single entry, or have their classroom open to that collaborative space. And so the way the schools are designed, or the classrooms are designed, if you remember, they kind of go in a U-like shape, I think, with a big open space in between. So that space becomes that interplay between students being in the classroom, students being out in that collaborative space, and it allows our teachers to have a clear view and supervise the work that the children are doing, so that the whole space essentially becomes their classroom with multiple viewpoints on the part of our teachers, and just having that openness rather than being in a room with closed doors and a very small pod in the center like Del Mar Heights has currently. They can see one another. They'll be able to look through windows. They'll be able to interact in that collaborative space as adults, as well as their students having that collaborative experience.
I know the students have been, at least when we've done walks, I constantly see the students outside doing their projects or out in the collaborative space if it's available. So the students are not unlike what might happen in businesses with 40, 50-year-olds like me, where you're used to being in the room. So these kids are now used to being out and spreading out and using that collaboration space efficiently. So I think that's what we've been trying to build in these classrooms. What we, like you say, retrofit into our current ones, and that's what we've been trying to put into this design. That was right from the start, the community involvement here. I mean, safety is our number one priority, and safety of the kids, and that the walking across the queues, having the parking, all of that is an important parameter. And I know when you put those constraints on there, it does impact, and people talked about it, in this open session, that you do, it's an interplay, and it is going to take some space from something else. I know we want more room for our STEAM Plus programs, and those spaces are a little bit bigger than they were at Del Mar Heights currently, or are at Del Mar Heights currently. So all of those things take room. field space as we can, and I think it meets everything that we want in here. If we can scratch out a little bit more, I would be all for it. But I also want to preserve what we need to do in the classroom for this facility, because that's our number one priority here.
Well, one last thing before we move on to the next item, because Wes, you had some architectural drawings. Not that I want to get in the midst of anything, but I'm not sure where those came from, but I wouldn't be opposed to at least looking at what
This
somebody
came
else.
from an architect that's very familiar with this type of site. And so is his firm, and so is he personally. And he has 2 stories in the northeast corner.
Okay.
And then we get back.
No, I appreciate that. I'm just.
We get back baseball field to, and all the neighbors, we talked to all the neighbors affected, and they're.
No, what my point was, having gone through a number of surgeries, I'm not opposed to looking at or at least accepting input from some other, maybe, I'm not saying a full-blown second opinion, but ideas are a good thing. And if they come from other sources, maybe it's we always want to keep our minds open, but that is closing that opportunity. I understand that. But you have renderings there. I don't want, to let those go unseen, at least to take a look
Yeah,
at.
certainly Chris and the architect can look at those renderings, but they've got to work on the sight lines for safety in the classroom, the administrative staff. It's got to work with our parking requirements. It's got to
No, understood.
It's got to work with all that. So we have to
Absolutely.
look at those, and I absolutely, we can take them and look at them. I would be surprised if they meet, especially the safety aspects that we are requiring and our.
Well, I don't know what they are, so I don't.
Well, I would certainly, let's look at them,
Okay, and I think we beat the horse to that, so.
I just look quickly, like even if we were to look at something though, the question is how much time does that take? Is it something that we can do quickly? Is it something that?
Well, he's got the rendering right there. If somebody just takes a look at it and sees what's going on.
You mean like have John turn around right now?
We can't really have a two-way dialogue right now, but we can definitely submit those to the district, okay?
Well, yeah, you'd have to, when you go 2-story, you're gonna have to do some redesigning, it's not part of
And
the plan.
the other thing was, questions for CEQA, and when CEQA kind of come out, maybe Chris can address that for some of the people, because I think you were talking about the first year.
So we're still finishing up the analysis and review, and we anticipate being able to release it early in the new year. But that's dependent on our secret consultant being able to finish that analysis. So there's still a little bit of work that's being finished up, that needs to be, for us to be able to have a report that can be released to be able to get public comment.
But it won't be like December 24th.
No, it will not be released before we come back from.
Yeah, perfect. I think that was a concern, that's gonna be released over the holidays, and we're trying to keep.
No intention to
not
release
trying
it.
to do that. So.
Okay, well, as far as the board, I think we've addressed the 2-story concept, and there's nobody on the board saying they want a 2-story building.
Yeah, I think the issues with regard to 2 stories is, one problem, you trade it for the other problem. So I don't know that I agree that a 2-story is the answer, but I don't want to close my mind to other ideas, that's all I'm saying.
And as far as retaining wall, that's also been discussed. If anybody have further comments on retaining wall?
I asked for it to be looked at. I thought it would be a good idea. I've seen some of the renderings now. I'm not as in favor of it because I think it's going to look very industrial with that. I think it affects your view. Just the classroom, you're going to feel like you're in a, I think the Pacific Concentration said it looks like we're in a prison or something from their kindergarten. So I think that's what the feel is going to be like, and I don't think the community is going to be enjoying that, especially the liability issues from that 22-foot wall coming in from here in Montana. Those are the concerns that I've got now. But it was something that, and for a minimal amount of green space, field space. We have to separate green space from field space. I think the people are asking for field space, not necessarily green space. So.
Okay, on the parking, there was one proposal up there that had 51 parking spaces, instead of the proposed 80. Are there any kind of further comments on that idea for parking?
Well, that would seem to increase the green space quite a bit, so that's a trade-off on parking. I don't have a kid that went to school there, so I know the parking was an issue with the community. I know that's something that's important to the community. So again, you're kind of trading problems.
I remember from the board presentation, I'm walking down a couple blocks to get to the school, for that because of the lack of parking on there. But this was discussed at the community meeting, this actual design was discussed. And the people were talking about the kids coming across that traffic lane, and that's a safety issue that was brought up, and that's because it was looked at very hard and very seriously to use that little piece in there, but it's the safety of the queue that I go back to. I think we have to look at kid safety on here, and it doesn't have enough parking spaces. We just needed. I mean, it's not even enough for the staff. So I think we need to design a school with enough parking spaces for staff and for grandma and grandpa that want to see their kindergarten, the kindergarten grandson or granddaughter's performance.
But I don't think you're ever going to have enough space.
You're never going to have enough space, but you need to have at least a space for your staff.
And I think if you can increase the green space, I work down and I see Skyline School has 6 crossing guards helping with the traffic. So I think you can accomplish the safety aspect of it. So I'm not as opposed to the retaining wall as you seem to be. I thought the picture, the rendering of it doesn't look so bad. I think the plexiglass part of it doesn't, looks okay, and can maintain the view. I'm concerned with the $2 million. Would that be for the second option, right? That's the $2 million in the extended year. Is that? I don't remember.
John showed that on both the 2-story and the dramatic reduction of parking, with the thinking that because of the priorities that were shared with the community, and that shared from the community, and if we change those dramatically, then we probably need to go back and have a broader design process, and there would definitely be design with 2-story, and there potentially there would at least need to be some design process with the community about changing the parking and relocating that way. So some of the pieces that we still have are that we have priorities that the community set for us, and how do we then engage with the community if we're not addressing those priorities. So that's why that was on that one and why it was on the 2-story.
It's $2 million plus the $1 million for the retaining wall. $2 million then cost escalations plus $1 million.
If it's delayed.
Well, it would be delayed.
If it's delayed a year.
Yeah, I mean, when you're changing the design that dramatically, you're going to.
The only dramatic part of that change of design is with the parking.
I mean, I'm telling you, you had community meetings where that same construct was already put in there. There was a lot of opposition to having kids walk across that parking lot. I'm just telling you, I heard it in that.
I'm not quite sure I understand what you're saying.
This little parking lot here, because the kids are gonna walk down the street and want to cross that parking lot, and you're gonna try to force the path, around. And you can do it. It's just a safety concern. It's a concern that I have, because I want my kids to be safe at school. So, and it was brought up big time in that meeting that I attended. So I think you do have to go back to the community.
I just want to make sure I'm clear that I'm actually not clear. We need clarity. I mean, I'm not hearing, 2-story building, I'm not hearing that staff should further research 2-story building. Is that correct? Am I hearing from the board we are not interested in doing a 2-story building because we've heard from the community from the very beginning that it was 1-story for a number of reasons? Is that correct?
Well, for design purposes, for what you guys are looking at for classroom, the open space, the skylights, and things like that, you're not going to have a 2-story building. There are multiple things that we put into the design that you're not going to have in a 2-story, and for all of that, including the impact, I'm not in favor of pursuing a 2-story design.
But the neighbors said they're fine in the northeast corner. All the people that are affected.
Every single person has addressed the 2-story design.
Okay.
And nobody has said that they were not.
Okay, So the other piece I want to make sure of is the parking, because that was another piece from the very beginning that was a priority that we heard throughout the process. So I want to make sure that if the board is thinking differently, and I just want to make sure I'm hearing correctly, that we are not looking at eliminating the parking that we have added. Because the proposal, I mean, tonight, one of the things, one of the pieces that we brought back to you was information about if we change the parking. And which does change the project and the directional out,
Which requires re-engaging with the community and delaying the project, so.
Well, yeah, but the retaining wall changes the parking anyway. I mean, are you eliminating the retaining wall concept?
Not necessarily retaining wall, parking.
If there was the one,
You're talking about option 2.
I'm talking about, they're really not options, they're just information we brought back to you, everything is still, you know.
there was the one with the retaining wall, keeping the same design, but just pushing it all back. That's what I had asked them to look at.
Doesn't change the amount of parking.
It doesn't change the amount of parking, but it's just putting the retaining walls, pushing
To
all the
move parking
buildings
into
back.
that, to move
Yeah.
parking into a lot
So
of
there's
fun.
2 designs. One was not changing the parking queue and how it goes. That's the first site plan that we saw. And it really didn't increase the green space that much. That's what G1 and I were talking about. You just putting a retaining wall and you're putting very little. I don't think that, and you even mentioned it, Doug, you didn't think that's what the community was going to be looking at.
Well, it's not a lot of green space.
It's not a lot of green space, and that's just pushing it. The one that does increase the amount of green space is the parking lot redesign. That's the second one that we were given. And that's just putting a fire lane back in the back so that you have, that's necessary. It brings it out so that the fire truck can get out and get exit onto MUR, Montana. But it moves all the parking up to the north end of campus. And we would have to go back to the community, that's what I was saying before, because there was a lot of community opposition, at least what I heard at my table, about the safety of the kids coming across there. You know, kids will be kids, and they're gonna wanna go across the shortest route. And, you wanna have it walkable, you wanna have it bicyclable, people with bicycle on there. This design does not lend it really to that.
And schools do want a longer queuing for a number of reasons, not only to get cars off the street, which it does, but it does increase the ingress and egress, the flow of how kids enter and exit campus.
You're actually better off having a longer, if you want environmental impacts, because you're not all backed up, into the. It's faster, people get in and out, you're not idling as much when you have a longer queue, in here where you can get out, you get around the cars, you get in and out. You only have, right now, it's like, 5 cars that you can get in there, something like that. You tell me, you guys are here.
And ingress and egress was a top priority from the very beginning, so we do need to go back out there. I mean, if we're going to do anything different to the parking, other than something similar to what we've, got planned right now.
So the only one I would like is the one where you push the retaining wall. I just didn't like the design of the retaining wall. I don't think you got much bang for the buck out of it. That's what when I'm looking at it today.
But you do get a bang.
You get a small.
But even a small, it's not my small thing, it's their small thing.
I'm fine with you guys pursuing that one, but I just think that the community may.
Would you like us to bring back more information?
Well, hold on, we have all discussed the retaining wall, and, at least 4 people have said that they don't, not comfortable with the retaining wall.
I'd like to hear from the others.
Can you guys readdress the
I
retaining
don't
wall?
mind the retaining wall. I think it can be designed, the rendering you put up there doesn't look so bad. I think it's all in the way that you put the retaining wall up. If you have a, mosaic on the retaining wall, it's not gonna look as industrial as you're concerned about. I think there are ways to make that retaining wall look attractive, and if it increases green space, that's what I'd like to see happen. I don't think there's an issue with safety if a wall is built that has this plexiglass that retains views. I'm just trying to find a way to make everybody happy a little bit, and I think that's one way of doing it. I don't like the aspect of this, the option 2, I don't like the increase of an additional year and $3 million on top of that. I'm gonna have to talk to CDM at some point and say, well, we can't do your MUR because we put a parking lot in another area, and we increased that. We have to oversee everybody. So that's what I don't like about this site plan. So I would like more information on the retaining wall, option 1.
Catherine, and do you want to readdress the retaining wall? We talked about it.
not really a fan of the retaining wall. I don't think that it's going to provide an open field for the east side of the campus. We're talking about encroaching on nature. Well, look at all that nature that's right there. I know it's a sliver, but it's there and it's nature. A very high wall is dangerous. And then putting a fence on top of a very high wall just, I don't know, it just doesn't sit well with me.
Plexiglass can be seen.
No, you're really into plexiglass.
I would imagine the people living across the street from it would be into it too.
I don't know. So I'm not a fan of the retaining wall for what we're taking away.
What about the second one? Well, actually, both of them have a retaining wall, but the parking, the two options, if you had a retaining wall, would you consider the parking changes, the reducing the parking?
Having parking lot where the kindergarten is now?
And down to 50 spaces.
I mean, I was at those meetings where we sat and we looked at that as an option, as putting parking there. We all saw the kids walking, deviating from the path and taking the path of the shortest route, and I just don't think that putting a parking lot there. Plus, people talked about the view. That's going to be just a parking lot, and that's a beautiful viewpoint right there.
The parking spaces?
Where they would be if it were a parking lot.
Well, yeah, but we don't have as many parking spaces. That's the other issue with that one. Or that's the change, because you're down to what, 50? 51, which is only 6 more than what we currently have.
Well, I'm not in favor of putting a parking lot there, and that's not just coming from me. I mean, that is definitely what I heard at all the tables that I sat at when we were designing, or thinking of designs for the school.
So you heard the same things that I was hearing.
Yeah. And I can just see kids running across, and it just.
And I will tell you, over the years, that the district has heard a lot about wanting to have access to green areas on the actual campus that are not necessarily a part of the campus. And so it is an area that could be accessible during the day. And we actually, since the plan has been talked about now, have also gotten a lot of positive input about that area. And I think there are a lot of people that like that idea greatly.
Well, I heard during those spring meetings where people say, yeah, when we like, drop the kids off and then we like to be able to talk, and that, having an area there where we can just kind of gather afterwards. So that was something that was brought up. I don't know if that was a priority to them or not, but it was a positive for that particular piece. Like I said, I'm more parking, queuing, ignore the aspects of the retaining wall at this point, but those two pieces, that are the issues that I have with that particular plan.
I mean, with regards to like retaining walls, I think we're really just racking our brains for something that no one wants. I mean, honestly, you get the extra 10,000 before whatever it is, like 2,000 square feet. I'm pretty sure. I've met with some of the folks from their organization, and I'm pretty sure they want the whole contiguous field.
They want 50,000.
They want the whole contiguous field. And it's not about a matter of like, here, have an extra 2,000 square feet or an extra 5,000. That's not gonna cut it. I mean, and so it's just not possible with any of these designs. We're not getting there any closer with these designs.
We can look at these other ones, and as I said, we'll send those over there.
I will say that those other designs, we have already discussed that they're all 2-story. So we've already discussed the 2-story, and we just told that.
I don't know if they were,
It's still a 2-story.
So I didn't know that.
Okay, so, did you have any other comments on the retaining wall?
Well, I did actually, I just wanted to, contextually, I wanted to talk about the delay a little bit and kind of ask Chris, what can, last time you mentioned $4 million as a potential escalation cost.
So I think John used a more traditional 4 to 5%, which is a very traditional year to year.
Sure.
I shared that the last 2 years, the construction industry and the school building industry has seen them at more of an 8 to 10 to 12%. So it could be $2 million, it could be $4 million, it could be $1 million. I mean, it all depends on the economy. So I think that not trying to throw some huge number and be scary, it's really just trying to give you, and it's an estimate for a year, but one way or another, it will be a couple of $1 million that would be an escalation, because there is no, I've been to a couple of economic forecasts for the cash program, and they've talked about not seeing the economy slow down, and the number of bonds in the past in school districts, meaning there's school construction out there, so it's, nobody was thinking that it's gonna be flat for next year.
And just contextually, can you explain what, say like, for instance, like the MUR at Carmel Del Mar, how much is that gonna cost to work on that?
MUR expansion, I believe we were budgeting those somewhere in the $1 million to $2 million range. I'd have to look at.
So essentially, if it's like $4 million, or we're talking maybe like 2 MURs that could be upgraded down the road.
And I'd have to look at our capital improvement plan, the number of roll-ups, but it was somewhere in that range where it would be over $1 million for the MUR expansions.
Yeah. So I just want to contextualize and say that it's not, to me, it's not a drop in the bucket. I mean, $4 million, $3 million, those are things that you could do for, there's a lot number of projects down the road that we need to do and we can do with that money. So to delay now, with that significant amount of money on the line is not a good idea, I don't think. Unless there's a compelling reason, and I haven't heard one.
Yeah, thank you. What I'm hearing is that we need to maintain the priorities that we've heard so far with parking. We are keeping it single story, not pursuing a 2-story, and there doesn't seem to be, unless staff brings forward a different recommendation about a retaining wall, there doesn't seem to be a need to we can continue to, if we think it's a good idea for a retaining wall, we can bring that forward, but unless that happens, we will not do that either.
Maybe some of the people that are wanting increased field space can tell you would they be satisfied with an extra, I don't know how many square feet that is, with the retaining wall option.
Well, I talked to a couple, and we discussed the fact that there's gonna have to be compromise. I don't know how much field space is being gained by that first option.
I don't either,
And so that would be something to look into.
But I'm sure everybody that's here tonight will give feedback as to whether or not they think that's enough space.
And we'll continue to look at the field space, the outdoor space, the recreation areas. Obviously, we want it to be, as good as it can be, as large as it can be, and I know our architects will work with us on that. They've done a lot so far to do just that, and we will continue to make that a priority.
Okay, thank you, Molly. It sounds like you have what you need. Also, I would just ask, could we get the presentation posted tomorrow? And the site plan, maybe just as a standalone document that had, there's two, I guess there's 2 versions. I mean, there's, just so we can see the new current version of the site plan and the survey. Okay, with that, we'll move on to, I believe it's item 9.3, and Justice Sullivan.
Thank you. So item 9.3 is our resolution 2019-36 for the approval of the addendum to the environmental impact report regarding our proposed Pacific Pines Ranch project. I am going to ask Wendy Wiles, our legal counsel, to speak briefly. There is a site update, and it will be posted, and that you have just a little bit of information. So we'll have Wendy do that.
Thank you. Good evening. When we had circulated the addendum to the community, we had the addendum and all the appendices and everything available. And so the resolution that you had initially in your packet identified the action that would be proposed for taking tonight, which would be approving the addendum. As we looked at this, we had some concerns that maybe some of the community would not be actually reading all the addendum. It's 148 pages and appendices are extensive. So we had proposed modifications to your resolution, and in that we had added a couple of the findings that are in the addendum themselves. But just to be clear, so what we have done, we have provided, and it has been posted, and it is in the notebook, a couple of additions to your resolution. So it would be resolution 2019-36R. And in that, it includes the reference to compliance with certain public resource code sections, and also specifies the findings that are already in the addendum, but that in case people haven't actually read the addendum, they would be able to see what those are also. So it would be our recommendation that the board approve the resolution 2019-36R and use that as the form. I should mention also that as part of the addendum process, the district has done more than what is required. So for instance, the board does not have to circulate an addendum when it is considering it. The addendum is really something that this board chose to make sure the community had an opportunity to review, and so we've had a public review process since your last board meeting when the board authorized the release of the addendum. And we've also wanted to try and increase the knowledge of the community as to what the addendum provides for. So that's why I have recommended that we modify the resolution, just so someone who would be looking at what action had been taken would know what's included in the addendum as well. So it would be our proposal that your action, if you move forward with the resolution, is to approve it as revised, and we would keep it maintained with the R on it. So if someone were looking for the resolution, they would know it's the revised resolution since it carries the same number. And I can answer any questions you might have.
Already gone over some of this yeah.
Okay, if there are no questions, then is there a motion to approve the resolution?
So moved.
Let me just, board approval resolution number 2019-36R. Correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So moved.
Done. Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Okay. Now, actually have to go back when we can, later, we're gonna go back to 10.1 still, right? Do you want to pull up 10.1? Yeah, the 10.1, well, can you bear with us a little bit while we get back in there? Because 10.1 is, we approved the agenda that would. 7.1? Yeah. Okay, all right. We'll go quickly when you do that, otherwise come back to the agenda order. Okay, item 7.1 is the board update for the world language update.
Good evening. I'm excited to have the opportunity to present this update to you. As you know, we have a World Language Advisory Committee. We have meetings scheduled. Our first one was in November. We just met this week. We have them scheduled through May. As a reminder, we embarked on world language this year with Spanish language instruction for students in 6th grade, 2 hours a week. And next year, we are planning to include an immersion program beginning in kindergarten. This is all based on part of the reason we are heading into world languages is because within district design, we talk about our 3 levers with strong academic core, high quality instruction, mastery of skills that matter most, and environment. Both within levers 3 and levers 2, there is mention of language and exposure to language and how that benefits students throughout their life and educational career. And as a reminder, including world languages in our curriculum is part of a bigger initiative on the part of the state of California, Global California 2030. As a reminder, this graph shows the number of dual immersion schools that are hoped for by the year of 2030. And although we are not embarking on a dual immersion program, we are embarking on a dual language program, which is part of a one-way immersion program is part of a dual language program. The pillars of dual language, a successful dual language education program include bilingualism and biliteracy, academic achievement, and socio-cultural competence. And successful dual language education really outlines that there's bilingualism and multilingualism, meaning that students develop high levels of proficiency and partner language, and our partner language is Spanish, that develop high academic levels in English and in Spanish. They will achieve grade level proficiency in academic standards, so the standards don't change whether we're instructing our students in an immersion program in Spanish or they're receiving their instruction in English. And then that sociocultural competence and bilingual language program, we are probably leaning toward a 90-10 program beginning in kindergarten, which means that 90% of the student's day will be spent in the target language, ours being Spanish. And we are looking at one strand at one school, depending on desire for participation in that program. That will dictate whether we include another strand at another school in our program. We will have a process. There will be an application process for parents. They will be required to attend one of the informational meetings parent informational meetings in order to apply to have their child participate in the program. And we will be asking parents to sign a commitment letter. It does take between 5 to 7 years for a child to gain proficiency in a second language. And it's at that point that they begin to stay involved in that second language and actually pursue reading and further instruction in that language. At this month's World Language Advisory Committee, our group reviewed the effective elements of program structure. So we have the guiding principles for dual language education, and we looked at strand 1. With our whole group, we did a jigsaw and identify the critical elements of a effective program for our district. Our entire, we had several samples of some of the documents we'll need to put into place when we begin our our immersion program. And so our committee provided input on the language allocation plan, and that actually is how that plan is laid out, beginning with that 90-10 in kindergarten, moving all the way up to a 50-50 program once students get into 4th grade. And then what the application structure would look like. So we've received a lot of good input so that we design an application structure for parents that works for our community. And they also had an opportunity to examine some sample parent commitment letters and gave great input. So based on that, I've revised a little bit of my thinking about those parent information nights and how we will ensure that we get information out to parents so everyone has the opportunity to consider whether or not they want their child to participate in the program next year and apply. And then language is the roadmap of culture. It tells you where people come from and where they are going. And that's what I would make them. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Maybe I missed this, but will people know when they apply what the school site will be for the language stream?
Absolutely, they will. And we've even talked about the tentative plan is that I will have initial parent information meetings prior to the kindergarten visitation week, which occurs at all 8 schools in March. And then at March, the idea is that I will be present at all of those kindergarten visitation meetings so that I can, again, let parents know that we will have an immersion program. And then following those kindergarten visitation meetings, we would have an additional parent information night and hold that probably final meeting at the site we've identified. So they would actually get to visit the campus, meet the principal, and ask any questions that would be relevant to that immersion program.
Thank you.
I know I asked you a question before. I know when we get to the dashboard, because we've got how many kids are we able to get up to grade level at the end of the 6 years, even no matter where they're coming from. I do know this will probably take a hit early on for these kids in academic performance, and are you making sure that parents are aware that yes, in kindergarten, first, second, before they're getting very proficient at this, there may be an academic hit if they're trying to look at something here. But by sixth grade, they're going to be performing where all the other kids are, and they'll be fluent in 2 languages.
Yes,
So,
and we actually believe that our students will likely, because that gap will close probably in 4th grade, 4th
Yeah.
or 5th grade.
okay.
And as part of the applications we reviewed, there's an FAQ on one of those applications which identifies all of that information for parents. We want parents to go into the opt into the program with eyes wide open, so that we feel by doing so, we have a greater chance of retention with the families who begin in the program and a smaller attrition rate.
Good. Yeah, and the other thing, I was just concerned about one strand with roll-ups and how that's going to work, but we've talked about that before. If you have one strand at one school, it's just that you might get a really small class when you time to get to 6th grade.
We could, yes, we could. I'm optimistic.
As far as state testing, is it conducted in Spanish for these students?
No, it's conducted in English. We would have the option to test those students in Spanish. It's not a decision we've made yet, but all of our students will be required to take the test in English. That's a state requirement. And so if we were to test our students in Spanish, one of the considerations we have is the amount of time our students would be testing. We've been advised by the county that in addition to that state test in English, that having our own local measures that can assess students' performance in Spanish is advisable.
Okay. Thank you. Are you up there for 7.2 as well?
I'm not.
Oh, okay.
Now 7.2 over to
Thank
Peyton.
you. So it's a 7.2 board report, the California School Dashboard.
Great, well, good evening. All right, well, good evening. It is my pleasure to present an overview of the California School Dashboard with a focus on the state indicators. As a reminder, the California School Dashboard is a communication tool for the state's school accountability system. The dashboard provides performance information for the 5 local indicators, which were shared with you in November. And tonight our focus will be on the state indicators. In contrast to the local indicators where performance levels are locally determined, the state indicator performance levels are based on data collected at the state level for each of those indicators. Of the 6 state indicators, 4 apply to elementary school districts. They include academic indicators for English, language, arts, and math, English learner progress, chronic absenteeism, and also suspension rates. As shared with you in October, the local indicators are indicated by the labels that are listed on the left-hand side: standard met, not met for 1 year, or not met for 2 years. The performance levels for the state indicators, in contrast, are organized or categorized by color. The diagram on the right shows how the colors are ranked, highest to lowest, with blue as the highest and red as the lowest. As a reminder, the state has established green as the target color for schools and districts. We began Del Mar Union specific data with this slide. When viewing Del Mar Union data on the California School Dashboard website, this is that landing page. It contains an overview of performance on both the state indicators and the local indicators. We received green for the chronic absenteeism indicator and blue for suspension rate, English language arts, and mathematics. This is a transition year for the English learner indicator, and so no districts received a color for this indicator this year. It is anticipated that colors will be assigned beginning next school year for that category.
Can I interrupt?
Absolutely.
Suspension rate
Yes.
for blue?
We are. That means that we have very few suspensions in our districts.
Okay, I had it the other.
That's good.
All right, so performance levels or colors are determined by comparing 2 years of data. The status is the current year's performance. For this report, status would be from the 18-19 school year, so just this past school year. The change from the year prior is then calculated. This report would be reflective of the data from the 17-18 school year. We're comparing those two different school years. Both of these data points are plotted on this 5x5 grid to establish the color for the indicator. Districts and schools receive a color for overall performance and also for student groups, which have at least 30 students in them, in both the current year and the prior year. We thought it might be helpful just to review the calculation that's used to determine that assigned color. For both English language arts and math, the English language arts and mathematics academic indicators are based on student results on the Smarter Balanced assessment. That assessment has 4 achievement levels, which are listed in the blue on the left-hand side. When students are at level 3, they are considered to be performing at standard net, which is the expectation of the state that students perform at least that level. Listed here are the scaled score ranges for each grade level. The lowest scaled score of level 3 for each grade level is used in the calculation to determine the district's distance from 3. Those are the underlying numbers located in that highlighted row for standard net. So the academic indicator is based on an aggregate of each student's distance from 3. In this example, the standard score range for level 3 for 5th grade in English language arts is 2,502 to 2,581. This particular student scored 2,545, which is 43 points above the lowest level of 3. So each student's distance from 3 is aggregated, and that provides an average distance of 3 for all students for your district. Once that aggregate distance from 3 has been determined for a subject area, it's plotted on the 5x5 color chart for that content area and is compared to the performance for the prior year to determine the color. This, again, is done both for English language arts and for mathematics. So, great news, as I already shared. Performance for a Del Mar Union School District level, the color performance is blue for both English language arts and for mathematics. Where it says 84.1 points above standard in English language arts, this is referring to that aggregate distance of 3 for this particular content area. The comparison data to the prior year is also provided. In this case, we decreased by 1.5 points and are considered to be maintained, and we remain in blue, because we were blue last year as well in this area. In mathematics, our students' aggregate performance is 79.4 points above standard. We increased by 4 points. There is no higher level than blue, so we stayed in blue for that content area. On the bottom of each content area is an equity report. It shows the number of students groups falling in each color. These are groups where there are 30 or more students. All of the student groups perform at blue and green levels for these two indicators. If you were to click on that view more details, there's a more detailed report provided for the student groups, and I'll be showing these reports in just a few more slides. That third column contains data for the English Learner Progress Indicator. Here comes the new acronym for you. We call this the LP. This year is a transition year for the LP. Instead of a color, this tile provides information on how our English learners performed on the LPAC, which is the assessment that we give our English learners to determine how they have progressed in learning English annually. The LPAC is the annually, and it is anticipated we'll see a performance level color for this indicator resuming next year, because we have to have 2 years of data to get a color, similar to what I shared with you in English language arts and mathematics. That will happen next year. So this is student group detailed report for English language arts. It shows specific student groups in each color. The groups under no performance color are those groups which have fewer than 30 students. All of our student groups are at green and blue levels for English language arts. This is the same report for mathematics, and again, all of our groups fell at the blue and green levels. We're going to shift now to chronic absenteeism. The state has determined a student is chronically absent when they have been absent for 10% or more of the instructional days that they have been enrolled in a single school year. For example, if a student has been enrolled for the full 180 days in a school year, they are considered to be chronically absent if they miss 18 days of school. This is regardless of the reason that they were absent. So students are considered chronically absent if they have 18 days of illness or if they are traveling. It doesn't matter. There's no reason. There's no way that they are eliminated from that. With two exceptions. Students who have been enrolled less than 31 days cannot be considered chronically absent. And also those students who might be in a home health or hospital setting also don't fall in this category. Our overall performance level for this indicator is green. We have 3 groups in blue, which was an increase of 2 groups in that category from last year. We have 4 in green, and we do have 2 in orange. This is the 5x5 grid used to determine the color performance level for chronic absenteeism. So this is showing you how this was plotted on this grid. 3.9% of our population were considered to be chronically absent, which placed us in the low status level. In this case, again, low is good. We had a 0.2% decline in the number of students who are chronically absent when compared to the 17-18 school year, which led to an overall green performance in this category.
Sorry, can I ask a question? So going back to the no performance color, if it's below 30 students, it's not given a color.
Correct.
How do we know how those students are doing?
We have local data that we can look at. So it just isn't aggregated and given a color. Because if the size of the group isn't considered to be a valid size to determine what the performance would be. So we absolutely have that data locally, monitoring students regardless if they are in a smaller student group. So this slide shows the student group details for chronic absenteeism. We did have 2 groups that declined in color, 3 that maintained, and 4 that improved in color. These are the groups performing at the orange level. We have provided the specific numbers of students from each year compared. The students with disability group performed at the green level in 2018. There was an increase of 48 students in that group, and an increase of 12 students it was a decrease of 48 students in this group, and an increase of 12 students who were chronically absent, which led to an overall increase of 2% more students being chronically absent in that student group. They fell in the medium performance level and were adjusted to orange because of that 2% increase. The Hispanic student group was green in 2018. This year there was an increase of 7 students in this student group, which led to an increase of 1.3%. This group also fell in the medium performance level and were adjusted to orange because of the 1.3% increase. We have been analyzing the reasons why we have students being chronically absent in our district, and one of the areas that we have noticed is that we do have students who travel quite often. They might be traveling for pleasure and taking children with them so that they can benefit from exposure to new places. We also have families who must return to their country of origin for more legal reasons, such as extending visas. And so as a response, we have streamlined our independent study process so that students can complete schoolwork while they're on those trips and be given credit and not considered absent on those days. So that is one of the things that we are doing to address this. These are the 4 student groups which improved The African American and English learner student groups moved from orange last year to green this year. And the final two groups, Asian and two or more races, have moved from green to blue. And I move to the suspension rate indicator now, and again, low is good here. The indicator is assigned based on the percent of students suspended one or more times during the school year. This is the 5x5 grid used for the suspension indicator, and once again, low or very low is interpreted as strong performance. Our suspension rates are considered to be maintained with a decrease of 0.2%. We had all but one student group perform at the blue level in this category, and the remaining student group is at green. So that actually completes the California dashboard presentation. It is always a pleasure to be able to come and share data which reflects the excellent work of our teachers and our leaders. That, along with the wonderful support of our community, ensures that we continue to provide exceptional learning experiences for our students. So thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Thank you. Item 8.1, this is a quick one, board recommendation to consider nominations for the California School Board Association Delegate Assembly. So we can nominate someone to participate. I would definitely encourage anybody, who might be interested in being on that to go in for the nomination. Steve Cochran was doing it, was in this role, so.
I do everything Steve's been doing, so I'd be interested. Yeah, well, I'd be interested.
Okay.
I nominate you on.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay.
Cindy wants to do it. Go for it.
All those in favor? Aye. Or we don't need to action on this. Yeah, we need that action. Okay, so, make sure we have it here. We can nominate as many as we choose, so we can nominate other people, anybody else is interested.
I'd be interested.
Okay, so, is there,
We have two of
we can have two,
We
yeah.
have three, I think I saw on the sheet, one of the districts had three, I think Chula Vista had three that are on delegate assembly, so.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter the size of the district.
Now, it's just a matter of who gets voted on by all of those school boards.
So I nominate Katie.
Second, Katie.
All those in favor? Aye. Okay, all right, so two delegates, very exciting. Okay. Scott and Doug, you guys want to,
Yeah, you guys want to jump in too? Not everybody.
Okay, so great, we have those two. And,
That's true.
that's what's happening with Chula Vista.
That's three.
Okay, so that brings us to 10.1. Welcome back. Board approval resolution number 2019-37.
Yes, good evening. As you may know, as we've advised the board, the district has been negotiating with Party Homes for purposes of purchasing potentially the new school site that would be in Pacificanos Ranch. And I say potentially because you had to complete your environmental before you could actually make any type of final decision on moving forward with Pacificanos Ranch. We had presented an agreement, which is in your agenda packet for this evening. However, recently, the price for the property, the appraised value of the property, we believe will be going down. And so this is important because in the acquisition of this property, there is two components that makes up the purchase price. So under the methodology that is used for the district, there is first an appraised value, which had come in at approximately $27 million. And then the district pays the lesser of appraised value or a pro forma value. The pro forma value is somewhere between 10 to 11 million. So we're still working on, there was a question regarding the formula based on good questions and investigation by staff. They had requested that the appraiser go back and look at some of these additional pieces of information. And
And so the appraiser has indicated that they'll be reducing the appraised value by about $3 million. And so it is our recommendation that the board not approve this purchase agreement this evening, but allow these items with regard to value to be finalized with Party, and then we would bring back a proposed final purchase agreement. And I mentioned we pay the lesser of, so that's very important because there's a significant difference between the pro forma value and the appraised value. And then also what isn't paid at a pro forma value becomes potentially a contingent payment in the future. And so we want to make sure that those numbers are accurate. And also, Party has agreed that some of the site improvement work that they would be doing, they would provide a credit for the district, and so we're still working, and this just happened today, so it was after your agenda had been posted and after you already had the purchase contract. But because of these couple items that affect value, we thought it would be best for the board not to take action, and then we would bring it back at your next meeting for a proposed final purchase agreement. So I can answer any questions you have.
I think you say this is not affecting the timeline of the building of the school. It's
It
just-
will not.
Yeah, so as long as we're on, this is off the critical path, so let's get it right and, bring it back to the next meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy. Item 10.2, we're still going strong, guys. We're going with the budget. Board review and approval, 2019-2020 first interim budget report.
Hi, good evening. I'd like to present to the Governing Board of Trustees the 2019-20 first interim budget for approval. In this presentation, we are looking at the adopted budget for 1920 versus the first interim, reviewing revenues and expenditure variances. We'll look at the general fund summary, multi-year projection, and issues looking ahead. So as we look at the revenue, at adopted budget, we were at 61.6 million. With carryover and budget adjustments, we are projecting revenue at first interim to be 63.1 million. So what we see the differences in is to the one-time unrestricted funding for preschool students, and we had an increase in our prior year lottery revenue. Also, we're reflecting carryover for federal revenues and other local revenues. We recognize fundraising when we receive it. We had a sale for Apple equipment, and we are increasing our interest income for over what has been budgeted. We have transfers in of from the Heights expenditures that the board had approved by resolution. Once we receive those funds, that we could refund reimburse the general fund for those costs. On expenditures, we had 61.6 million. We had carryover and budget adjustments, which changed our first interim expenditures to 63.5 million. What is reflected in that variance is we adjust our salary and benefits to actual based upon expenditures through October 31, 2019. We are reflecting increased free Spanish teachers, as well as at unaudited actuals, we reserve $500,000 for the OPEB trust contribution. Now that moves from below line to above line in expenditures. We also purchased the Wonders curriculum for our special education program. And again, with the expenditures, we recognize carryover and any fundraising that has happened in this current year. In operating expenditures, we increased our cost for a solar consultant, and as we increase our expenditures, it also increases our restricted maintenance because we're mandated to have about 3% of expenditures in funded and restricted maintenance. We also had capital outlay of our HVAC. We have budgeted that under regular expenditure, but now we are capitalizing it, and we had we're sending a student to another district that we are paying tuition for.
So what that does is that our beginning fund balance is at 13.9 million. We are going to reflect a net decrease of about 357,000, which will bring our ending fund balance to about 13.6 million. So what that 13.6 million represents is a revolving cash, funds that are restricted. We also are reserving our 15% reserve as well as our 3% reserve for economic uncertainties. We know that in the future we will have to purchase science curriculum. We have that set aside, and we have approximately about $1 million in unassigned in our ending fund balance. When we look at just the unrestricted reserve percentage, it's approximately 20.8%. Another way that we can take a look at our revenue summary, it shows that most of our revenues at 84.2% comes from our LCFF sources. And what that consists of is our property taxes. We receive a little bit of state aid and our EPA. Our expenditure summary, as we look at this, we can see that we spend about 86% on salary and benefits. As we move forward to look at our multi-year projections, we use School Services of California dartboard. We project our property taxes for next year at 4.5% increase and a 4% increase in 21-22. We are showing our average daily attendance projections at 4,017, and we reflect our step and column increases for both certificated and classified at approximately 2%. And as always, we are looking at the annual increases for STRS and PERS contributions from the employer. Our revenues for 2021 and 2021-22 goes from 63.9 million up to 66 million. Expenditures from 63.9 million to 65.8 million, which basically gives us a unrestricted reserve percentage of 20.7% and then 20.5%. So as we look ahead, we always are reviewing our enrollment projections and staffing needs. We look at our STRS and PERS annual increases. We work with the foundation to project our contribution to the general fund from their donation. We look to the facilities master plan and those projects that we are anticipating to complete. We are reserving for the annual operations or Pacific Highlands Ranch School, which is reflected in a different fund, 17. And we look to continue to contribute toward our OPEB trust. Currently, we, with these additional 500,000 we put in there, it would be approximately $1 million. We are hoping to always contribute at least 100,000 and possibly more depending what our fund balance is. But we know that we are accruing at a higher interest rate than if those funds were held at the county treasurer at least double the amount. Do you have any questions, please?
I think we're working on questions this evening, but thank you. This looks great, Kathy.
Thank you very much.
Okay, that brings us to closing items. 12.1, board review, reminder of upcoming DMUSD events, which are on your screens and online. Item 12.2. Budget.
Oh, yeah.
Budget. Thanks,
We gotta
Dustin.
approve the interview.
Sorry.
I'll move to approve the first interim budget.
Okay, is there a second? I'll second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries.
Thank you, Mark.
Thanks, Mark. That was a close one. Okay, 12.1 is a review of upcoming DMUSD events. And then 12.2 is a reminder of upcoming district, DMSEF, and PTA events. 12.3, preliminary items for the January 2020 regular board meeting. We've already discussed that item 10.1 is coming back. That's resolution 2019-37. And I need a motion to adjourn the meeting.
So moved.
Is there a second?
I second.
I think you first said.
All right.
Doug?
I'll second.
That's good, that's okay. All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. Good evening.
Good.
You can't go anywhere now, so just nice stuff.
Yeah, you can sign all that stuff now.
Oh, yes. I know. Always tons.
Oh, they have staff name on them.
Okay, you
Katie made it.
And then the minutes, I just pulled those out.
Okay. Sounds good.
Katie used too much.
Oh, but it's not.